17th, Tuesday, 2025. We're going to call to order our Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll do a roll call by the clerk.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session from County Council?
No additions or corrections.
All right. We have closed session items number 1A through B. Do we have any public comments on our closed session items this morning?
There is one hand raised.
Great. We'll call for public comment.
Christian Snyder.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm not sure if I'm on the agenda or not there, because you guys don't always agendize things. But 2 weeks ago, I reminded the board that I was still awaiting a response on a CPRA request. Quick update, still nothing. And that's disappointing. Because in essence, this board is allowing county council to stonewall records and make false statements about board meetings without consequence. Since then, I've discovered that documentation I was repeatedly told that didn't exist, specifically the Wasser Legal Service invoices related to the DSA case during the 2018 election, do exist. They've been located and they've now been released. So my question is, why was I misled? And when will this board stop covering up for the misconduct of its own legal counsel? I'm requesting a copy of these invoices, unredacted, just like the previous ones that were released. And I want to remind the board that this is actually a matter of a state investigation. I had to write into the complaint that you told me, which I can show you in writing, that you didn't have these files. So it's not just you're misleading me, but you're also misleading the state. And this is no longer just a transparency issue. It's become a credibility issue. And it's time that the board took this seriously. Thank you for your time this morning.
There are no other hands raised.
Great. Thank you for your comments. We're going to close public comment and recess for closed session.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene us here. This is a meeting of the Board of Supervisors for June 17th. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present. At this point, I'm going to ask Diego Celis to give us the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Mil gracias, Diego. With that, I'm going to see if Supervisor Askew and her guests don't mind leading us in the pledge this morning. With an emphasis on the all. With that, we're going to look to our clerk for any additions or corrections this morning.
There are none.
All right, seeing no additions or corrections, we're going to jump into ceremonial resolutions. Is there a member of the public who wishes to remove an item from our ceremonial resolutions this morning for comment or question? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion? I've got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries, and Supervisor Alejo will send you down to present the first one this morning.
There were a couple of hands raised, as Chair.
All right, let's bring it back.
Sorry.
Again, we are on ceremonial resolutions. This morning, my eyes are not working. It looks like Tony.
Yes, Tony?
Tony will give you the floor. You have 2 minutes on resolutions.
Not unmuting.
Tony, you'll need to unmute yourself. All right, then we're going to go to the next one. Looks like a phone number that ends in 637?
837?
837. We'll give you the floor, 837, again on ceremonial resolutions.
Hello, this is Brian Rosen here. I'm concerned about the elder abuse resolution that there's too many resolutions in support of elder abuse. Meanwhile, we're just simply, homeless elderly people are being told they're not allowed to sleep. They're being fined. They're forced to move on. They can't afford to live anywhere else but in their cars. So we have these resolutions that really don't do what needs to be done. We don't provide the funds that are needed to help the elderly. And furthermore, there is elder abuse, no doubt about it. But there also is a conservatorship industry that takes advantage of elder abuse, and Adult Protective Services often works with them, exploiting family disunity where each family member is calling the other an elder abuser out of jealousy or whatever. I knew a man who bought both his son and daughter a home. He wanted to do that. He was in a sharp, good mind, but this is, and that was his right. And anyway, they were at each other's throats, the children, probably calling each other elder abusers. So you have to be really careful with this kind of thing because power corrupts, and we don't need the conservatorship industry can also be very abusive, but we need to really protect our elders, make sure they have nutritious food, and they're not routed out by the police for trying to sleep in their cars. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We'll go to our next speaker.
Yes, Tony has his mic unmuted now.
Tony, we'll give you the floor.
Hi, thank you. It's you're looking for Toby, correct?
Tony.
Looks like Tony, but yeah, it's you.
Okay,
So
well,
go for it.
Either way, that's fine. I'm hoping there will be, if there's not already a resolution, to make sure that the sheriff's department does not assist ICE if and when they do show up. And I'd like Sheriff Nieto to know that if she does assist ICE, we are prepared to recall.
So, Tony,
her.
this is on resolutions that are on today's agenda. So if you review the agenda that is not on today, you can speak during general public comment, and that would be an opportunity to share those concerns.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And phone number ending in 705.
705?
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. I know that you mean well for the resolution concerning elderly abuse, and that's very important, but you must include the homeless, because I see so many women that are out there and they're not getting the help. I ask them, do you have a social worker? And they say no. And I've called these agencies and they're closed, or you get an answer machine and they don't get back to you. And so that's an industry in which these people are being paid, but either they're overwhelmed with what their services are, but they certainly, and I hope that you try to contact them, but not by your office, just your private phones, to see how they just don't respond. And so please include in that resolution elders that are out in the street, and now the city of Monterey, and I don't know if your own board has made it so that it is illegal to camp in your car or sleep outdoors, and that's elder abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead and send it back to Supervisor Alejo.
All right. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? All right. Everybody, it is our honor at the Board of Supervisors to honor many great leaders and people who accomplish great things throughout Monterey County. But one of our greatest honors is honoring our youngest athletes and scholars who come before us, who are achieving things that haven't been done before, or are going off to their next biggest and best competition. Today, it is our honor to call up head coach Hector Castillo, coach Joe Rodriguez, and I have some of the athletes. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. So I'm going to call up the athletes that are with us, and hopefully I didn't forget anybody. Tristan, Shamir, Damien, Avery, Adrian, Joseph, and Clay. Look at these medals, everybody. All right. Okay. So today, this resolution that we just finished voting on, it recognizes Salinas Titans flag football team on qualifying for the 2025 Amateur Athletic Union Junior Olympics. The Salinas Titan flag football team is making history as one of only two 10 and under California teams to qualify for the 2025 Amateur Athletic Union Junior Olympics. This milestone is particularly significant as 2025 marks the first year that flag football has been included in the Amateur Athletic Union's 59-year history of hosting the Junior Olympics. The Salinas Titans will stand among over 20 flag football teams in the 10 and under division from across the United States and the Dominican Republic. And from July 25th through the 27th, 2025, these young athletes will take their talents to Houston, where they will represent their city, Salinas, and their families, and the next generation of scholar athlete leaders. The Salinas Titans flag football team roster is composed of exceptional multi-sport youth athletes who balance academic excellence with their passion for sports. At just 9 and 10 years old, these athletes are already demonstrating the values of teamwork, discipline, and perseverance, setting an example for their peers and other youth in our community. The Salinas Titans flag football team is made up of 14 youth athletes from ages 9 and 10. And I mentioned some of their names, but I'm going to mention them all because I want, for those who couldn't make it today, to know that they were recognized. Their names are Tristan Castillo, Mason Castillo, Skylar Carpenter, Adrian Edeza, Avery Yama, Damian Perez II, Joseph Rodriguez, Gavin Perez, Saint Barrientos, Chris Rueda Rod, Clay Fowler, Giovanni Chavez, Vicente Angel, and Shamir Ortiz. The Junior Olympic team coaches are Hector Castillo, Michael Perez, and Joseph Rodriguez, leaders who have committed their time and energy and expertise to shaping not only skilled players, but well-rounded youth individuals. So therefore, on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and on behalf of all our residents, we hereby congratulate the Salinas Titans flag football team on qualifying for the 2025 Amateur Athletic Union Junior Olympics and wishes them the very best as they head to their competition in Houston next month. So with this, I'll present this to the head coach. Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'll pass the mic to you, sir. All right.
Hey, good morning, all. Thank you very much for support. I just want to reemphasize these boys are doing something that's never been done. First time in history that any team from California has made the Junior Olympics. It started off, I coached a lot of these guys for tackle football too. So that's where our journey started. We won our Super Bowl. Okay, great. Yeah, woo. And then we did something amazing that hasn't been done in 24 years, which we won back-to-back Super Bowls. So when I grabbed these kids, I was like, you know what? Let me see what else they can do. So we took a chance. We went down to San Diego and competed in the qualifier, played some amazing teams down there. And lo and behold, this is your #1 ranked California team as of right now. All right, yeah. So thank you guys all again for the support. Hope you turn us on, and we're going to do our best to represent not only the city of Salinas, but Monterey County and the state of California.
Any athletes? Anybody want to say nothing? Anything? All right. Well, everybody, we want to wish all of you good luck next month. You're going to represent us very well. We hope you will win. You'll be victorious. But the main thing is to have the best experience of your life among the team with your coaches. And we really want to acknowledge the coaches because many of us who grew up in this community, we had great mentors with our coaches. They're our unsung heroes. They're people who help us stay and focus our energy on positive activities, on sports. And don't forget also our studies in school as well. So with that, Coach, thank you very much. And let's take a picture, everybody. All right. Can we get any parents out of here with us as well? Any parents? Yeah, join us. Luis, I want you to borrow the big middle. Wow, there you go. Got everybody in? Okay, all right. All right, Cal, wear this. All right. This is going to give you guys good luck. All right, one last round of applause for everybody. Good luck. Good luck now. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck over there, guys. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Coach, thank you for all you do. Appreciate that. Yeah, excellent work. Thank you.
All right, if Emily Nichols and Becky Pimentel will come up and join me, please. Welcome. Back with the banner. Love it. All right. So, as you heard a little bit during public comment, we are proclaiming June 2025 as Elder Justice and Vulnerable Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. A very serious matter. One of the things that I think we don't always think about is the definition of abuse, and I think this resolution laid it out pretty well. So I want to share that we mean any of the following: physical abuse, neglect, abandonment, isolation, abduction, or other treatment resulting in physical harm, pain, or mental suffering, the deprivation by a care custodian of goods or services that are necessary to avoid physical harm or mental suffering, and even the financial abuse from financial fraud and scams. We have to take all these acts seriously, especially for our aging population. The resolution calls out clearly that as we have more and more of our population aging, we know that a lot of folks have called it the gray wave, where our community becomes more vulnerable in this sense. And so making sure that we are there to support one another, calling it out and reporting when we see something that we're worried about, this is that opportunity to elevate and call out that abuse that we may see in our communities. When I read this, there was this particular stanza, this quote where it says, whereas a collaboration of ombudsmen, advocates, social services, financial institutions, legal firms, law enforcement agencies, and other administrative entities alone are not enough to stop elder abuse. None of us can do it alone. I see our friends from Meals on Wheels. I see so many people who interact with our seniors every single day. And when we see something that we're worried about, we have to call it out. And that's why we're pausing today's meeting to present this resolution, recognizing this month as an opportunity for our community to stop and take stock of what they see around them as we look out for one another and look in on your neighbors. If you see that they're not coming out, ask them how they're doing. Check in on them. Bring them a meal. Be the opposite of this abuse, right? Be that light in their life that they need at a moment when they may feel alone. And so for those reasons, we're honored to proclaim this month as Elder Justice and Vulnerable Dependent Adults Abuse Awareness Month. And I will present this resolution to Becky and Emily and give them the mic as well.
Hi, so my name is Emily Nickel, and I'm a program manager with Adult Protective Services. And national studies say that 1 in 5 seniors age 60 and over are abused or neglected. So supervisors, take a look at your colleagues. One of you will be abused or neglected as a senior. Puts it into perspective. And so I'm not a senior yet, but yesterday I got over a dozen spam calls and texts. Think about that with our seniors with their smartphones, thinking that, oh, maybe this really is the IRS or FedEx. They click on one of those, they become a victim. So it will probably come to no surprise to any of you that 2 years ago, our team was responding to about 3,000 reports, investigating reports of abuse and neglect. Last year, 4,000. That's a 33% increase. That's huge. And as the callers indicated, we are understaffed. we only have one case manager, long-term case manager. She's sitting right over there for the entire county. We have 13 investigators, and they investigate 300 referrals a month. But I want to end on a positive note by turning it over to one of our Adult Protective Services supervisors who's going to talk a little bit about what our social workers do when we're going out there.
Thank you. And my name is Becky Pimentel. I'm one of the supervisors for Adult Protective Services. I've been a social worker for Monterey County for 17 years, and it's been an amazing to see how much APS has grown. And in our services right now, we have 2 programs that I'd like to highlight. One of those being AgeWise, which I have the case manager here, Joyce Ramirez. We also have, Home Safe, and then we have AgeWise, our social worker with Kathy Johnson. And we also have a partnership with Monterey Police Department and our social worker, Maggie Mendoza. So we are working collaboratively with a lot of different agencies. But I want to highlight one case from South County that we were receiving multiple calls on a duo, which was a mother mother and son duo who were unhoused, sleeping on park benches, sometimes in McDonald's. And so we were getting a lot of phone calls from this duo, and our services are voluntary, and so we were trying to engage them for many months and years almost. And it happened that the son, we would offer one or the other some type of shelter, but they wanted to remain together. And so it's very difficult to do that just because of the age difference. One was an elder, the other was not. Happened that the son needed some medical attention, ended up in the hospital in Salinas. And so what we ended up doing is we helped mom, well, our caseworker Joyce helped the mom get into the navigation center. They would then get our vouchers so she can be visiting her son at the hospital on a daily basis. Her son ended up transferring to a skilled nursing facility, and our worker advocated for the mom to then be placed at the same facility, and today they're placed at the same facility together. And so they're both receiving this care. And this happened after many years of trying to engage, trying to get them some kind of help. And so that was that story. And as we know, our county is very diverse, from agriculture fields to the sea. We have ocean as well. We have one gentleman who had been living out in Moss Landing on a boat, and due to aging, that boat just wasn't appropriate for him anymore. You lose your balance a little bit as you get older and things like that. And his boat was actually inoperable. And so to be able to get his boat removed from the harbor was going to cost about $25,000, which was an exorbitant amount. So with the help of the harbor master and our social worker, we were able to apply for a grant that paid off that fee for him, and he got a Section 8 voucher, and today he is housed. And so on land. and so I just want to highlight this work. Like Emily said, we have 15 social workers in our APS side, 13 are investigators. Joyce is one of the caseworkers, as well as Kathy. And the way they do things is it takes a lot of advocacy. It takes a lot of building rapport with our community to be able to do that, because as we know, there's not this abundance of community resources. So we have to use our social work skills. And I have to say, this group is amazing with what they do. Think about it, 13 social workers out in the field who are doing all of this work. So I want to highlight their work as well.
A round of applause. So we actually have 2 copies, so I'll present one to you as well, and we'll take a photo. Come on down.
You're doing the work. You guys can get a little bit closer to the center.
All right. With that, we have concluded our ceremonial resolutions. I'll now look to our consent calendar and see if any of my colleagues wish to pull an item from consent for comment, question, or alternative action. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to the public. See if there's any members of the public who wish to pull an item from our consent calendar this morning. I see a hand. No. All right. With that, we're going to bring it back to the board. Is there a motion for consent?
So, second.
Take the motion from Alejo, the second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Measure carries. Now we have a special presentation on local aging and disabilities action plan. And so we're going to turn it over to Teresa Sullivan and family, who are going to give us a great presentation that we've been looking forward to for some time. So Teresa, the floor is yours.
Hey, good morning. I have my colleague, Regina, Gage from Meals on Wheels here. She's sort of my backup because I've had a cold, and if I lose my voice, she's going to take over for me.
Don't lose your voice.
All righty. Let me just back up. So thank you, Chairman Lopez and members of the board, for the opportunity to present our local Aging and Disabilities Action Plan, the LADAP. In August of 23, Alliance on Aging was awarded a grant by the California Department of Aging to create a local model of the California Master Plan on Aging. The LADAP is a community-driven, multi-sector plan that builds on the work that has been done for many decades by many in our local communities, like the folks you all just heard from. Our project area includes the rural and agricultural areas of North and South Monterey County and the greater Salinas area. The domains of visibility, or livability, excuse me, AARP has identified 8 domains of livability: housing, outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, civic participation and employment, communication and information, social participation, and health services and community supports. Alliance on Aging adapted AARP's 8 domains, embedding respect and social inclusion across all domains and adding disaster preparedness and services. The planning process and recommendations utilizes these domains as a framework for the action plan. So the LADAP process began with convening an advisory council with representatives from 37 organizations and 15 community members from the project area. They have provided support at every stage and level of this process, and have been vital to creating the plan. They participated in a total of 45 meetings and will continue to meet in the implementation stage. Several of them are here today, and I want to thank them once again for being part of this. They're amazing folks. We completed an asset inventory of local resources, which included presentations to our advisory council from 39 local organizations representing multiple sectors. We conducted a community assessment in Spanish and English from March to June of 24, facilitated by Applied Survey Research. 397 individuals completed the survey. In addition, 42 people completed a stakeholder survey. From October of 2024 through January of 25, 8 community forums called Solution Summits were conducted in Spanish and English in Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City, Salinas, Castroville, and Prunedale. 232 community members participated, 191 were Hispanic, and 222 were over 60. In February of 2025, the advisory group was convened to select priority recommendations for the action plan based on the results of the surveys and the solution summits. They broke up into domains and were asked to identify at least one priority goal fleshed out and to identify additional key recommendations. And then we began and we created the actual plan. Just an add-on comment here. We were here last month with a representative from AARP who presented Monterey County with the certificate of membership in the AARP National Network of Age and Disabilities-Friendly Cities and States. And we were awarded that, Monterey County was awarded that as a result of all the work that we have done over the many years in creating those communities and for the work that we've done to date with LADAP. So priority goal recommendations. As a culmination of this community-driven work, we provide you with a LADAP action plan, a comprehensive guide with background data and priority action recommendations. You all have a copy of this with a lovely picture on the front. You also have a copy of the executive summary in Spanish. The full report in Spanish is currently at the printers. Will be ready in a few days, but wasn't quite ready for this meeting. I apologize. We'll get that to you. All of the recommendations by domain are included in the executive summaries in your reports. But in the interest of time, I'm limited to 8 minutes, I'm going to summarize one priority in each one of those domains. Civic participation. Establish a community-based group that reflects the diversity of each project area to spearhead increased interaction and communication with city and county representatives. Employment. Create and distribute a resource list for older adults and individuals with disabilities so they have access to information related to employment, education, training, and volunteer resources. Communication and information. Develop a communication strategy that increases awareness, understanding, and access to services, resources, and benefits that impact the lives of older adults, people with disabilities, family members, and caregivers, focusing particularly on the rural areas. Disaster preparedness and services. By December of 2025, develop a communication strategy for disaster preparedness and response pertaining to the age and disabilities populations, with language, learning style, and grade level considerations. Again, this is just one of several recommendations that are made in each of these domain areas. Health services. Improve wait times and transportation access to healthcare specialists in rural areas for older adults and people with disabilities, starting in Monterey County, in South Monterey County. We heard a lot of comment about that, particularly in the southern region. Community supports. Continue mobile models like Meals on Wheels, SOCOs, NOCOs, and SASOs in our rural communities to positively impact isolation, access to resources, nutrition, health and wellness, and overall quality of life for older adults, caregivers, and people with disabilities. Housing. To address the need for affordable housing for older adults and people with disabilities, promote the option of creating ADUs, accessory dwelling units, for older adult homeowners, family members, caregivers, and prospective tenants. Outdoor spaces. To improve accessibility and safety for older adults and people with disabilities via sidewalk and traffic control repairs and improvements, starting with the City of Salinas to model the process for the other areas. Social participation. Increase senior programming activities, social activities, walking, exercise, and education. Transportation. To improve community members' transportation access to healthcare visits through education and collaboration with local healthcare providers and community support organization in the rural areas of Monterey County, and that's North and South Monterey County. So the themes that we see across the plan: increased access to resources and services, particularly in rural areas, communications that address diverse communities, collaboration across sectors, maximizing resources, and civic and social engagement opportunities. So as our county leaders, we are asking you to take a leadership role in this LDAP. To integrate LDAP into county decisions and policies that impact the lives of older adults and people with disabilities and their families, promote and support civic participation, opportunities for older adults and people with disabilities, and collaborate with the senior network and other sectors in communicating information that benefits older adults and people with disabilities. So you all, as I said, have a copy of the plan. It's dense, a lot of detail in it, and it is a tool for us as members of the work group and the advisory committee in terms of moving forward, accountability, in terms of, reaching the goals that we have identified, and for you as policymakers to really be able to dig in and understand the work that we plan on doing in the next 3 to 5 years. So thank you for your attention. The plan it is actually on the Alliance on Aging website. And if you have any questions at all, I'm available. You have a card, my business card, on your plans, and would love to talk with you about it if you have any questions.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
So let's
Thank you, Chairman
bring it back
Lopez.
to the dais and see if we have any comments from members of the board. Questions? We'll go to Supervisor Daniels. Comments or questions?
Just comments. I wanted to say thank you for the plan. As you may know, I'm one of the newer supervisors, and so getting the opportunity to have this work presented to me for the first time, it is something that I hope, or I actually look forward to working with you to integrate the LADAP, if I have the name right, into our county's policies and priorities, and continuing to work with you because this is so important, and I just appreciate having it in this format and having your business card and continuing to be in touch. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Askew.
Yep, thank you. So I know that sort of as you worked on the project to develop this plan, I don't know that anyone was anticipating that we would find ourselves in the situation that we're in, where so many of the partners who participate and who provide services to our aging and older adult population are now realizing that the funding sources that we've come to rely on are at risk. We look at Meals on Wheels, we look at the food bank, we look at some of our healthcare partners, and with the federal dollars that have become sort of the foundational funding that allows us to meet needs. Does that change? Have you had a chance to assess how that changes the ability to implement the plan in basic ways? I know it's kind of like lobbing a big question. We do all of this work, and I guess, but it is important, right? We do the work, and I'm reading through the implementation plan, which are really clear, and there is a clear step description: who's going to lead, the time required, the deadline. When the rug is pulled out from underneath lead partners in terms of core funding, that changes the ability to lead additional initiatives and do additional work. And sometimes it means stepping back and saying, how do we at least hold together our core functions? How do we regroup and re-identify where the core basic needs are of the community? If you could just speak to how you're thinking through that and what that looks like.
And it started really sort of materializing those concerns on a concrete level as in the later stages of the plan this last half of the year. And our goal was to stay focused on the plan. We know that it's based on at least current resource availability and the hopes that there would be more. And so I think we're still not really clear what that looks like. And so as we continue to meet, we'll talk about that, and what are we really going to be able to do. But we have to have a plan, If the resources go away, hopefully they will be reinstated at some point, and we will have this plan. But, we're not giving up. We're not giving them, we're not losing the mission and the vision. And I was feeling, the group was getting a little demoralized in those last few months. But I think we just, I'm the ultimate optimist, and we just have to keep a positive view, and we have to have this plan. But we will continue to have those discussions as we know more what that all is going to look like.
Great, thank you. And I agree with you. I think we hold our vision and we identify what it is we're working towards, and we work towards that goal. And I guess my final comment would just be to, stay in touch with us and let us know from the county's perspective. I know I'm looking through the list of partners. You've got Monterey County Free Libraries, the Health Department, Social Services. You've got many of our county departments around the table as partners, and many of the partners are also funded through county contracts. So we're here as partners to help navigate whatever may be coming, and ensuring that all of our residents have the services and supports that they need is something I think we're all committed to. So thank you for the work, and we'll figure out how to get through.
I think one of the
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. I think one of the positive things that came out of this is I think that we did build even stronger relationships among one another, among our partners, and then some of the non-traditional partners that we haven't necessarily worked with on a regular basis, we came to know. So, we have to learn to do more with less, maximize resources, but the collaboration is incredibly important. And, we have some wonderful, wonderful providers and partners in this county. So we have reason to be hopeful.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment as well. Thank you for giving us this insight of what our seniors are feeling in different parts of our county. We don't often get this to receive this kind of report here, and thank you for also translating the executive summary in Spanish. That is appreciated. But you get to see what some of the respondents in some of these survey questions said that while only 10% of respondents reported never having someone they can turn to when they need help, over a quarter, from 26% to 32%, reported feeling isolated from others. It just goes to show us that some of these activities and resources that we have available are more critical to preserve them and keep them going, if not expand them as well to meet the needs of our aging population. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing this insightful information to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, then I'll wrap us up and just say I only had one issue with the report, and that was starting with Salinas on fixing sidewalks. I think
I knew that was going to come.
You knew it was coming. And I only say that because I did attend the session where we collected information in Greenfield, and the seniors in Greenfield were very clear that they wanted Greenfield to go first. So sorry, Supervisor Alejo, got to fight you on that one.
So we'll have to reevaluate that.
Yes.
We actually made contact with the city of Salinas, and they have something in the works. So we were just going to kind of segue with that, but we will work our way down to Greenfield. And yes, that was a huge theme really in all of Solution Summits, with street repairs, traffic lights. I frankly was surprised that was as high a priority as it was, but it consistently appeared in those summits. So.
Folks let us know they want to be able to walk to their appointments, and they just don't feel safe given the condition of some of those sidewalks with raised edges. And so hearing that clearly in Greenfield was why I called that out when I heard it as part of today's presentation. But again, thank you for the work, and thank you for presenting this for community. We'll take public input on this and see if we have any public insight on this. We'll give 2 minutes per speaker if anybody wants to share public comment. All right. I see Mr. Peterson coming forward. We haven't seen him in a few weeks, so we'll give him a second to a few months. It's been a while. But the Smokey the Bear shirt is welcome. I think that's Smokey.
Save our parks. 18 weeks of VAPT. A couple things. You mentioned sidewalks. The year I ran for Salinas City Council and walked a lot of streets, I counted how many times I tripped over the sidewalks knowing our sidewalks are trash, and it was 19. But what springs to mind on this is Saturday was No King's Day. And a rally I did not get to attend was in Palo Alto, and one of the participants was supposed to be Joan Baez. She had a big hit record with a song called There But For Fortune, written by a guy named Phil Oakes, who Bob Dylan described as the best songwriter of the 60s. Where I'm going with this is the song is about what can go wrong. There's a verse about alcoholics, it's a verse about homeless, and it concludes, it can happen to any of us. So, I've been there. I don't intend to be, living in my car again, but it can happen to me. It can happen to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, see no one else coming forward, no other hands up on Zoom. We'll consider the report received, and thank you so much for your work and look forward to the continued partnership.
Sure. Can I make one parting comment? And that is that what we heard so often in these solution summits really was how much these seniors love their communities. They really, really do love them, and they feel very good about being, citizens in those communities. And it just was refreshing to hear that. And again, a theme throughout all of the cities that we had our solution summits. Thank you.
There is one hand raised. You want a 004, phone number 004?
Okay, 004, we'll give you the floor. You have 2 minutes.
No.
Supervisors, thank you for taking my call. I want to second what the gentleman just said previously. And Alliance on Aging is one of the better agencies, that are really helping the elderly. And they have wonderful services. And I'd say they're the top of the line when it comes to being able to get in touch with someone and some help. But again, you need to address the homeless. And they have to be number one because they're the most abused in our county. They are ignored and there's no one to call. And I've emphasized that many times with you because I've called many times to these agencies and they just are not home. So, and they don't call back either, and the Starfish program included. So it's very important that the Alliance on Aging try to work with these agencies to make sure that they do answer and they do come forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to close public comment. I allowed one extra, but we did that in time. So with that, we're going to continue. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and call to order the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present. With that, we have one item on consent. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak to the item of consent on that agenda? Seeing nobody, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve consent this morning?
So moved.
We've got a motion from Church, and I'll give the second to Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn that agenda. We will now convene the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, and we will call to order, letting the record reflect that all members of this board are present. The same. Is there any member who wishes to pull this item from consent this morning? Seeing nobody in the room, I do see a hand up via Zoom. So I'll check to see if that person wants to speak on this. All right, that hand went down. We will bring it back. One item on consent. Is there a motion? I've got a motion from Alejo. Second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn. We will call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. We will go to our one consent item and see if there's any members of the public who wish to speak to that item. See no hands going up and nobody coming forward in the room. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Motion from Church, second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We will adjourn and call to order the Baranda County Sanitation District. Let the record reflect all members are present. With that, one item on consent. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing nobody coming forward in the room, no hands going up via Zoom, we will bring it back. I got a motion from Alejo, a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn. We'll call to order the East Garrison Community Services District. Let the record reflect all members are present. We'll go to the one item on consent. I don't see any hands up via Zoom. We'll give public one more second to see if anybody wants to speak on this item. Seeing none, we will bring it back for action by the board. Motion and a second from Alejo. With all those in favor signify by saying aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We will now call to order, we will adjourn and now call to order the East Garrison Public Financing Authority Board. With that, let the record reflect that all members are present. Once again, going to the public to see if we have any items, anybody who wishes to speak on the one item on consent this morning. Seeing nobody in room, no hands going up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. Motion from Askew, second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn and call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Let the record reflect all members are present. We have one item on consent. Is there anybody in the room or via Zoom who wishes to speak to this item? See no hands going up, nobody coming forward in the room. Is there a motion? Motion from Alejo.
Second.
Second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Anybody opposed? All right, with that, we will adjourn and we will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. With that, let the record reflect that all directors are present. Any members of the public wish to speak on the item on this morning's agenda? All right. We have an item on here for consent. I don't think this one's supposed to be on consent this morning. I'm going to kick this item if with agreement from the board. This is that GMP thing that we were waiting on a report back from. Is Ara with us? This is the well registration and renewal. What's that? Nan Kim, I don't know that we just did Water Resource Agency. I think this was, when I looked at the agendas last night, this was not on the agenda. I think this, for some reason, got put on my chair's agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that this was an error. Nan, can you confirm that this is not supposed to be on this morning?
The item is for the budget only?
Yeah, and the budget was done already. Okay, so this is, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and not take action on this.
This is Kelly Donlin. That item will be heard on July 8th.
Right. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and cross that out. We're not going to take action on that. We're going to adjourn this meeting of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency Board of Directors and reconvene the Board of Supervisors at this point. Let the record reflect all members are present. At this time, we're going to take general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks joining us via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 to be recognized if you're on a landline. We'll start with folks in the room, and I see Mr. Peterson coming forward, so we'll give you the floor, sir. 2 minutes.
Good morning again. Last month, PG&E had their annual stockholders meeting, sort of. It was online only, 20 minutes, no stockholders were allowed to speak, and there were 3 questions which were pretty obviously phony because the answers were read. PG&E is even more arrogant than in the past, and I know they gave in on something recently, but don't expect them to be on our side. What is kind of an ironic bit of good fortune is PG&E now divides themselves up into big areas. And the vice president in charge of ours, her name is Teresa Alvarado. She's a graduate of Leadership Salinas. Same class as Steve McShane and me. And her mother has a great record. Her mother was on San Jose City Council and Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors and was the driving force behind the Hispanic Cultural Plaza, which is quite an accomplishment getting something like that built. But back to PG&E generally, unless Teresa can rescue some sanity, watch out for them. Thank you. Oh, in the interest of full disclosure, I own stock in PG&E. That's how I got in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to folks via Zoom at this point. I see Tony or Toby, as he self-identified earlier. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. You've got 2 minutes to share your comment with this board.
Thank you again. Sorry for the earlier break in protocol. I just want to say again that we expect that the Monterey County Sheriff's Department will protect the people. We expect that they will not help ICE in any which way, shape, or form. And if they do, that we are prepared to recall Tina Nieto. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. We're going to go to a number ending in 837 next. 837, you have the ability to unmute yourself, and the floor is yours.
This is Brian Rosen. Down in LA, the Los Angeles Police Department was doing some pretty bad things like shooting reporters in their legs. And we have to be very careful because we all have the right to nonviolently protest, and we don't need unnecessary brutality. And so we all need to stick together against Trump right now. And things are very, very bad. You know, he wants to destroy the democratically controlled states. We're a donor state. We give a lot more money than we get back. We got to figure out what to do about this. How can we not give money to the feds? And Newsom is absolutely right. And we need to support him in defying the Trump administration. We need every single body in this country and every democratically elected council or body to support impeachment. This man is a dictator. He's a fascist. They're handcuffing Democrats. They're arresting Democrats. How much worse is this going to get? This is very, very evil what's going on. We all need to stand together. And we're all in great, great, great danger right now. Democrats are being assassinated. This is a very, very dangerous time. So please do all you can. Put this on the agenda, impeachment, to support impeachment of this horrible, evil dictator that's destroying the country. We need you to do this. Things are getting very, very desperate for all the regular people who aren't billionaires. And all of you are in danger as well. So please stand up and do what's right for all of our sakes. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Let's go to the next caller.
004.
004.
Yes, supervisors, I second exactly what Mr. Rosen just said. You need to have a resolution to impeach Trump. It's vital that cities all over the nation stand up with the people. And as you know, there was over 2,000 demonstrations on millions of people on the streets. And that's what America is all about. And we have to send an enormous message now. We cannot wait any longer for this madman to continue what he's doing. I also urge you to think and act upon global warming issues in every deliberation you make, because you have so much power to do good for our community in every way. For example, just by taking the bus once a week, you as TAMC members could see what needs to be done to improve MST's dismal services that have plummeted since Carl Cedric has been director. For example, if you would take bus 24 from the plaza to Carmel Valley Village on a windy, cold, or rainy day, you would see the reward would be a glass of wine at the Village Winery, so you could tolerate the long ride back with transfers. And if you would seriously consider saving trees in proposed building projects, making architects and planners have to consider how to save trees in their building plans. You could help reduce carbon and heat in our area by thousands of tons a year. If you passed a plastic ban or a resolution committing local citizens and yourselves from using plastic, we could help reduce plastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead and close general public comment.
To the chair, if I may, just
Yeah.
personal privilege here. I wanted to use public comment just briefly this morning to introduce a guest who I have with me just for an hour this morning. Jackson is a rising 8th grader who I've had the privilege and honor of watching grow, and over the past couple of years, Jackson challenged this board and myself with the mental health ice bucket challenge a few weeks ago. And through that conversation, we had an opportunity to talk about mental health awareness in Monterey County and about the work that I do representing our community and our youth in our community. And the work that we do sitting here on the board. And so I invited Jackson to come sit up here at the dais for a few hours this morning. Wanted to introduce Jackson. So thank you for the opportunity and the honor of inviting some of our young people to participate in our civic action here today. So thank you. And thank you for joining me today, Jackson.
Yeah. Any words from Jackson?
Would you like to say something? Would you say hello?
Hi.
All right.
Thank you for joining us today, Jackson.
Welcome, Jackson. Round of applause. All right. With that, let's jump into our scheduled matters, beginning with adopting a resolution to approve the fiscal year 25-26 budget. With that, we're going to send it over to Debbie and hopefully a team behind her somewhere on Zoom to help us see what we came up with.
Thanks. Debbie Polinelli, Assistant CAO. So what I'm going to present today is the adopted budget, and I'm happy to say that we were able to fit all of the recommendations of the board into this budget. So the budget that you're going to see that's going to be presented right now, we'll have all the recommendations that were at the budget hearings included in this presentation. The presentation overall is semi-short. It just gives a summary starting with the recommended budget and then how we got from recommended to adopted. There's going to be one amount that's going to be showed to you in 4 different ways, so you can look at it however you want to look at it. And with that, I'll get started. So the adopted budget authorizes about $2.23 billion in appropriations. It's offset by $2.1 billion in revenues and $87 million in fund balance. The one thing that has changed in the last day is we found one thing. I have told you that we have the new system up and we're still working out some of the glitches. That number should be 5810.90. There was one position that was mistakenly counted in there, and we caught it right before just yesterday. So this is the number that I told you that if you look at the bottom of the page, the 8.2 million, that is the changes that came out of the budget hearings. And so the far column tells you the funding sources and what each item was spent on. The next column is the recommended budget that came to the board during the budget hearings, and then the budget hearing suggestions or recommendations from the board are in the middle column, followed by what's in the adopted budget. So if you go down, you can see the AA funding is used right there in the health department for $207,000, and going on down the list right there. I don't know if you want me to go over every item. I'm going to show you this 4 different ways, so you could look at it in 4 different combinations of how the money was spent. So just a basic overview, $2.9 million of contingency reserve was utilized to restore the contribution of the DSA's agencies to the 24-25 level. Part of it was used for the road fund to bring the road fund back up to the 25% of the TOT. And it was funded 7 positions. And we also were able to put a little bit in there to bring custodial services up at the county facilities. $2.5 million in AA funds were used to fund 3 patrol deputies, and then also the cost of 4 positions for the animal services. It kind of made sense to use it there because that's where it was used in the recommended, and it just kind of evened it out right there. And then also the part of the backfill for the roads to come to the 25%. So to get to the 25% for roads, we had to take it from a few different places. So you can see it came from contingency reserve and the AA fund, and then it comes again down and below. So 1.3 million of the cannabis reserved funded the 3 positions for the park division, and the remaining for get the fund balance to the $3.2 million for roads. And then the appropriations for contingencies is the 1.4 million was used there to use in the elections department to cover out the election services that were recommended. There are 15 unfunded positions in the budget. They're authorized, but they are unfunded as directed during the budget hearings. Here is that 8.2 million again, starting with the AAA funding at the top. It's a little more detail on this. I think that there's long sheets printed for you so you can see it a little bigger. Animal care, that was the road fund, and then the sheriff operations. And if you go down, you can see exactly what each reserve or revenue was used for, and for all the positions. One thing I will say about this slide is that we did fund the additional positions, but we funded them at 80%. And the reason behind that was because if they don't have if the positions are vacant right now and they start recruiting for them tomorrow, chances are they're not going to be filled by July 1st. So that gives them time to get the recruiting process done, get their people in, and still be able to fund 80% of the position for the rest of the year. This is that same number again, just depending on how you want to look at it. It has the by department here, and you can list at each department and exactly what positions that they got and what services that were added in. And then the last way I was going to show it to you this way, it's the recommend budget department and funding source. So this kind of condenses it a little bit there, and you can see each department and which funding sources we used to fund what the requests were. You can see the unfunded in there. Those are the positions that are in the budget but unfunded. Here are our reserves. So this is how we got to where we are. This is a summary of where it was. The beginning balance is the beginning balance prior to the recommended budget. The AA dollars in there is a plug number for what we used. We obviously don't know what AA is going to be yet, so that's just the number that we used. Don't take that beginning balance as a true beginning balance. The beginning balance actually is 0. So for contingency reserves, you see we used all of it to balance this budget. The contingency appropriations is going to leave about 7.3 million in that for use for the rest of the year. And then the AA funds are there, and that wipes out the cannabis reserve there. On that contingency appropriations, just keep in mind that we're going to need budget adjustments throughout the year for different things. We don't really know what's going to come down from the federal and state levels. We also have jail medical to think about, and some other items that come up through the year. So we will have to come back and do some adjustments for those as the year goes on. And then finally, capital projects, and I think we were doing this item with capital projects. So, okay. So this is just a little summary, and I'll let capital projects do their spiel next. But these were what was directed to be funded. So that is the total amount there, the 13 million that was funded. There's a remaining contingency of 1.3. We did find out recently that one of our projects might be coming in under budget, so we may have a little bit more in this, but we will bring that back. We'll have more final numbers in that in August, September. So hopefully that'll alleviate some of the other projects that we've been wanting to work on that we weren't able to fund with this budget. So do you want to do your thing now? I think they wanted to combine. Did you want to combine them? Okay, I think they wanted to combine them.
Yeah, John, we wanted it to be right after her presentation because it's interconnected.
So just to be clear with the public at this point, we're now taking the presentation on 9. So 8 and 9 are sort of rolled in here together.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. John Snively, Administrative Operations Manager with Public Works Facilities and Parks, giving you a presentation on the capital improvement plan. There we go. So we'll go ahead and get started. I think I have about 10 slides here. This is the culmination of an extensive iterative process to develop a list of capital projects that the Board of Supervisors is funding for the upcoming fiscal year, as well as to identify the funding needs and the plan of projects for future years. So today we have, one real action, which is to receive a presentation and adopt the CIP. That'll be item 9 forthcoming. At the end of our presentation, we have one slide. We wanted to preview some of our next year's CIP goals in terms of process, some of the comments and feedback that we've taken from the Board of Supervisors and the committees, and what we're looking to come back to the board and the committees with in terms of process improvements. To understand what the CIP document is here, we have a brief summary of what's included. So the CIP document itself starts with an executive summary. We go over the different scoring criteria that are presented to the Capital Improvement Committee, the summary of the projects that are included in the CIP. And then we have 3 or 4 exhibits. Exhibit A to the CIP is everything that has funding in the next fiscal year. This includes projects that are carrying over from the current fiscal year, 24-25, as well as any new projects that are starting next fiscal year, July 1. In Exhibit B, we list all the submitted unfunded capital projects that departments gave to PWFP requesting funding as part of this CIP development process. Those that did not receive funding remain in that Exhibit B unfunded list. And so this, at the initial outset, this could be active projects that have new funding needs that perhaps were not funded through this current process, may be coming back for funding later on. It could be new projects, and it includes, as part of that process, PWFP staff recommendations for funding priorities. As we arrive at this point in the process, that's all been essentially settled, and what we're adopting is the final outcome of that process. Exhibits C and D to the CIP document are future year projects. They have no immediate impact or planned impact on fiscal year 25-26, but it helps staff and the board identify what may be coming down the road in future CIP updates. So for the overview, this year we ended up with 103 funded projects. Again, that's covering projects managed by PWFP, Natividad, IT projects, as well as other department projects. Interestingly enough, we had exactly 103 unfunded projects as well. I did double check the numbers, that's correct. About $83 million of those was requested in fiscal year 25-26. That's still an outstanding unfunded need. And if you were to look at the total project estimates for those projects, it's about $231 million. Right now, departments have identified about 80 projects for future years. We expect that number, of course, to grow and change as we develop the CIP. Right now, they're looking at a little over $200 million in those project estimates. So what we'll focus on briefly in the next few slides is this Exhibit A. That's the projects that have funding for the upcoming fiscal year. And to give you a highlight of the Public Works maintenance plan, I'll turn the presentation over to our director Randy Ishii.
Thank you, Mr. Snively. These next two slides have been shown to the board and to the public at previous meetings through the budget process. And so these are just a recap of those previous plans that are now being memorialized for this next fiscal year of 26. This slide highlights the maintenance program and the maintenance activities that will be occurring through the augmentation by contractors and the like through this next fiscal year. Starting up from the top and going down, in brief, we'll have our annual striping program to restripe the safety center lines of our roads. Again, approximately 200 miles is slated for this upcoming year, and approximately $600,000 of road fund has been set aside for that. The next plans are to continue the next round of annual seal coat, and that's has been historically budgeted at $2 million and continues to be set at $2 million. Next program is the street sweeping program for the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, aka the permitted areas that the county has. That's done by a contractor through those mostly municipal areas and generally along either the water bodies or along the coastline. And that's approximately $180,000. We'll continue our guardrail repair program. From time to time, guardrail does become damaged by vehicles or other things for one reason or another. And so we're continuing the program to repair or replace damaged guardrails and install new where they are warranted. Due to our funding challenges in the road fund this year, we've reduced the allowance down to $115,000. Nevertheless, we have funding set aside for it. We have our drainage maintenance and clearing of county culverts. Those are the pipes underneath the county roadway, as well as the ditches along a road in the road right of way. We have that set for $500,000. And the last one we want to highlight is the vegetation mowing program. And this is in addition to, it is supplemental to the standard mowing activity that our maintenance crews perform. So this is work by contractors that for areas that are difficult for our maintenance crews to address or areas where there's additional mowing needed. And we have that set for $150,000 for this upcoming year. As we go to the next slide, this highlights just a handful, a subset of the entire annual work program for road funds, engineering capital projects. So starting from the top down, the Davis Road Bridge replacement and road widening project is one that continues to be in progress. We're in the right-of-way acquisition phase, and staff is continuing to seek grant funding in the forms of federal grants to address our funding gap. What the board has approved at this board meeting as we go through the list is the Elkhorn Road Rehabilitation Program, a Measure X priority project. The board has awarded the construction contract to Coastal Paving, and they will be starting the construction work here in the summer months of 25-26. The next project is the Carmel Valley Road Lorelis Grade Roundabout Project. It is a safety project that has been advocated for by the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee and the public for years in the development that it's been in the making. We're now at the construction phase. We've been working with the local business partners on it to have a streamlined and successful project, and we'll be entering the construction phase here in the coming weeks. Moving on, we have two grant-funded projects in the GFL corridor. One is Segment 6 in the community of Pajaro, and we plan on going out to the construction bid and then to construction of that project. And separately, we have the Segment 1 Prunedale Roundabout project at Samuel Canyon Road and Castro Boulevard, which is now in its design and permitting phase. Wrapping things up, we have the local road rehabilitation program, which is currently underway in the community of CSA 17 Rancho Tierra Grande, which will then be moving on to the community of San Ardo. Design and construction are ongoing as part of that program. We then have our Gonzales River Road Bridge Replacement Project. Here again, we're in design and permitting on that project. And the last one of this subset that we're highlighting is the Carmel Valley Road Rehabilitation from approximately Carmel Rancho Boulevard to Via Petra, also known as the 4-lane of Carmel Valley Road. And we plan on the design and starting construction here in fiscal year 25-26. And we already have some activities going on that project as we speak. And that concludes just some of the many projects that the Public Works, Roads, and Bridges team is working on in this next fiscal year. And hand back to you, Mr. Snively.
Thank you, Director Ishii. I believe we also have Florence Cobasa Green, our Chief of Facilities, to briefly speak to some of the highlighted facility projects.
Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I wanted to just briefly highlight our work plan this year that's being implemented by a team of 5 project managers, including one project manager that's going to be focusing on some of the health department projects. We have a total of 29 large capital improvement program or capital projects that we're going to implement. And these represent projects throughout the county, throughout the 5 supervisory districts. I've highlighted 5 here that represent work that we're doing in each of the districts. So the first one is the Constitution Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. That's a project that's been funded through grants that the health department has secured, and our team is involved in the design phase right now, design and environmental phase, looking at developing mental health rehabilitation facilities there on Constitution Boulevard. As staff progresses through this design phase, of course, we'll be coming back to the board and providing a status on the design and on the full cost for that project. And that's in District 1. In District 3, Supervisor Lopez's district, we are going to be moving forward with the new Bradley Library. So we're really excited about that with the funding that was secured. So the project manager is going to be finalizing the permit and beginning the process to procure contractors and get moving with this project. So we're really excited about that. It's also a resiliency center, so it's going to serve not only as a library, but really a resource center for the South County in time of emergency and need. So we're very excited about that flexible space. The other project, this one is in District 2, that I wanted to highlight is the kind of phase 2 of the Pajaro Library branch. We're moving forward already. We've on the phase 1 of the library that was funded with AB 102 funding, that's allowing us to address some of the major damage from the flood. And this particular phase that I'm highlighting is exciting because with the funding that we received through the budget process, we're going to be able to move forward and make the 2nd and 3rd floors accessible and available for community space and for programming. So excited about that. The other project that I want to highlight is the Seaside Community Benefits Replacement Office. That one is in District 4. That one, we have come to the board before and provided a status report on the outcome of programming and design for a multi-use facility that will provide DSS services and other services. And staff is working on developing alternative options for that site, and we'll be coming back to the board to discuss options for replacing that building and development options for DSS and other services there. And then finally, in District 5, our project managers are also moving forward in collaboration with HCD on the Carmel River Flood Restoration and Environmental Enhancement Project. That's a big project that HCD has been taking the lead on the permitting process and on grant funding. So the expectation is that hopefully once environmental is completed, that funding will be in place to move forward with that project that mainly is going to look at improving the flood control system there in the lower Carmel Valley, Carmel floodplain, as well as restoring the habitat there. So this is just a sampling of the many projects. In total, we're looking at about $40 million worth of large projects that our PMs are implementing, and that's not counting various smaller projects that we implement throughout the year through what's called reimbursable service agreements. So this is just the large capital projects that I wanted to highlight. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to John. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Florence. So to wrap us up today, as the previous slide indicated, there were a number of projects that carried forward from the previous fiscal year. There were also 8 capital projects, along with the unscheduled maintenance line item, that were funded through the budget hearings. So we show those here. Those are the projects there in green, funded at the budget hearings. There are a few projects that have been developing throughout the budget process, and health lab CAV units, one of those. We're working with the health department as there's some funding developments there, along with working with the staff involved in a couple other projects, the jail ADA facilities work. We received some direction from the board at the budget hearings, so we're continuing to follow through with that, along with the Schilling campus HVAC, keeping an eye out for any other funding options that come available during the fiscal year. So that's an outcome of the funding outcomes from the budget hearings for capital projects. Just as a reminder for the board that although the CIP identifies 103 unfunded projects with about $83 million worth of funding requests, that's not all the deferred maintenance that is out there. And so staff includes this slide as a reminder that there's significant deferred maintenance and repair needs throughout the county, whether it's on the public works sides with roads, bridges, signs and signals, the facility side, or our parks department as well. And so staff continues to utilize available information, data, and resources to identify the funding needs and make recommendations to the board as part of the CIP process each year. Final slide. We want to highlight some future discussions that staff is hoping to have with the Capital Improvement Committee, the Budget Committee, and the board. We recognize that the CIP is a point-in-time document, and so at some point we have to run the report, and we recognize that real life doesn't stop. New projects come on board, new funding awards are given. There's decisions to be made throughout the year, and so staff wants to develop some more structured approaches to how mid-year capital project requests are identified and processed and approved. So we're looking to develop some clarify some SOPs for that and bring more information. Going along with that is the standardized project request and development process. Of course, we have the CIP, but how can we improve that and integrate things like the facilities master plan to help identify the needs that the county has and how those should be recommended and prioritized. We are looking at our scoring criteria. This was developed many years ago as a tool for the CIC, and recently the scoring and the project scores have been highlighted in various discussions, and so staff hears comment from the board on scoring criteria and the role of scoring in the CIP process. So we're looking to bring certain industry standards to that process and highlight that for the CIC, the BC, and the board. And we look forward to returning to the committees and the board this fiscal year with more information. So with that will conclude my presentation. And thank you very much. I'm available for questions now or at the future item, whatever is desired. Thank you.
All right, Madam CAO, we've kind of blended the two, so where do you want us to go from here?
I think from here we have questions, any questions from the board, and then Debbie can drill down to some of the information if there's questions from the board and also the community as to how the budget was put together. I think as mentioned, we anticipate there's going to be modifications during the course of the year, similar to what we've done in other years, but the items that we are watching very closely, of course, are jail medical and other anticipated negotiations that are occurring during the course of the fiscal year.
All right. Questions from the board? Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I'll just start with my CIC question, and I'm just literally getting texts right now about this scenario. And so it's about San Venancio Road. And San Venancio was originally on the CIC recommendation, and then it was taken off at the board level. And I just want to find out a couple things. Will it, in not being included, be negatively impacted in terms of moving forward because it won't have the benefits that were outlined in the staff report of being included on this list. That's a very confusing way of just saying, by not including San Venancio Road, which we have publicized in our outreach of with Measure AA, and we talked about it at one point in time at the Capital Improvement Committee, and it did go as a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, but then was taken off. Is there any negative impact that's going to happen for that project moving forward because it's not included on this list, or are we looking to address it in a separate and different way entirely?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Daniels. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and I'll address that excellent question. The fact that the San Venancio Road project was removed from a list does not bear a negative impact on it becoming a project that becomes prioritized or in the prioritization evaluation for the upcoming CIP. So the fact that it was removed in the course of this year's process does not carry negative bearing with it in future years. And to address the second point, as we go through the process, we will continue to explore the various funding opportunities and ways for San Venancio Road and recognizing its priorities there to be able to bring that forward. So staff will strive very hard to fulfill and work forward to that commitment.
Thank you, Director Ishii. And then another question that I had just has to do with, all of you, thank you for pulling this together and figuring this out, presenting this budget. My question has to do with using one-time funding for ongoing costs like positions. And so I see that in using cannabis, it looks like, or contingencies for some funded positions. Have we done that a lot in this recommendation, or have we minimized that? And if so, could you just point out to us where we have done that so we can keep this in mind as we try to prepare for future budget years and know where we need to strengthen our position? Thank you.
We haven't done it a lot. It has been in here where you do see cannabis money using that and it's obviously not ideal, right? So it's something we really try to avoid as much as we can. But I wouldn't say a lot, but it has been done a couple times in this budget. So contingency reserve, there, we used $100,000 there, and that would be one-time money. And then we funded 3 of the district attorney positions with some one-time money, and the social services positions there at 149. So I'm kind of looking at the slide that says list of changes to the recommended budget by funding source. So you can kind of see where we used that money here. So anything here in the contingency reserve that has a position in there, that would be one-time money. And then if there's positions that AA is arguable, right? It is going to be ongoing, so that's whatever. But anything also in the cannabis money right there, the 3 park rangers as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Sure.
I'm going to save the bulk of my comments for after public comment, but I just wanted to touch upon a little bit on CIP, and I appreciate the that we're going to have an updated scoring coming back. I think it's necessary to look at it. As you said, this was years ago. This was put together. I think there's probably other considerations that need to be taken into there, from preservation of facilities, for example, which I don't think is part of this necessarily part of that actual scoring. Maybe the economic benefit, the life cycle, the infrastructure issues that go beyond just what we're looking at in our facilities plan. But so I just want to point out, glad to hear that, looking forward to that, and seeing what this board itself feels it wants to give direction on in the future for CIP projects.
Just a clarification on the parks project, the parks positions. The department was going to try to identify potential revenue, but to start with, they asked for us to provide revenue for them.
Thank you for that.
Just a question in terms of process. So it's noon now. Are we just going to keep rolling through?
My hope is to complete items 8 and 9.
Okay.
And then break for lunch.
Cool. So should we make all of our comments now? I don't.
We haven't gotten a public comment yet, so it's up to you if you want to make them now or wait till we take public comment.
Happy to do public comment and then.
All right, I don't see Supervisor Alejo, so what I'm going to do at this point, questions before we go to public comment, Supervisor Alejo? All right, then we'll go to public comment. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll go with folks in room first. I see we have this is for both 8 and 9, just to be clear. So we'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Thank you, Supervisors and Chair Lopez. Gary Curcio, Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I don't even want to tell you how many years I've been involved in this process with other budgets. But today, I would just like to take a very brief half a minute to give a tremendous thank you to Monterey County staff and this board, because in all of the times I've witnessed this process, this was without a doubt the most difficult it had ever been. It was not an easy process. The staff, amazing. I mean, amazing. Thank you. So that's it. You're happy to hear I'm not asking you for anything today. And just again, thank you so much for all the time that all of you and staff committed to this process. Well done.
Let the record reflect that 12:06 on June 17, 2025, Gary Curcio did not ask for anything. Much appreciated, Mr. Curcio. Anyone else in room? All right, Mr. Ishii.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. This is not a request for funding. This is a request for consideration. In your board packets, there is the summary of the base wage studies included as part of this budget adoption item. There are many positions in there, one of which is the at-will position of the Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. This staff member wishes to profusely thank the CAO's office and the hard work of the Human Resources Department, led under Director Andreas Piper, for his team doing these base wage studies and doing the base wage study for this staff member's position, which recognizes that the duties of the position have increased substantially over the years. The mantle of leadership involves authority, accountability, responsibility to its duties, to its mission sets, and responsibility back to its people. It also involves sacrifice. The county is entering into a very lean, challenging budget year, and the following years are not looking much better than this year. So with that, the staff member asked the board to consider two things. One is to accept the results of the base wage study for the position of Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And the second, recognizing the increases in costs due to our agreements, labor costs are going up, fuel costs are going up. There's other base wage studies that still have yet to be completed. The staff member would ask as number two to either for this year or a following fiscal year to consider a mechanism by which to take that salary increase and put it back towards this department's needs. It's not very much funding. The staff member recognizes that. However, if it's enough to pay for materials for this staff member's team to go out and patch potholes, if it's enough to take down a tree in one of our county parks that's causing issues for someone, if it's enough to replace some carpeting that unexpectedly had to be replaced in one of our county facilities, then that would make all the difference in someone's life that the staff member will never meet, but it will be enough because it will be accomplishing our mission to our public. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Randy. All right, then I don't see any other hands up. I'm going to bring it back to the board and give the floor to my colleagues here to share their thoughts given the budget that's been presented to us on both of items 8 and 9. We want to go first? Supervisor Alejo.
First of all, to Director Ishii, very commendable. You're a great leader. All your employees could see what you're willing to do for your team. But you're an exceptional department head and put in a lot of time when our community most needs it. And you've never said you couldn't do it or you had some other commitment. You've always been there when we needed you. And so I think all of us appreciate your words, but also we appreciate the hard work that you do, and that any wage study should reflect the work that you put into the communities. And I just wanted to comment on that. But I do agree with the other part you said, that there's going to be a time, more so next year, more so after that, where we're going to have to make some tougher decisions, as you're rightly pointing out. So I think your words make us vote on this budget with a lot of caution, a lot of concern, and that harder decisions are ahead of us. There are going to be more difficult things and belt tightening that we're going to have to do next year and the year after that and then the year after that as well. So I take that with all due seriousness. We're trying to use some resources we have to offset some of the pain. And of course, there was a lot of things that departments asked for that didn't get, we were not able to fund, including yours. But I want us to move forward on this budget that I think we made better. I think Debbie, our assistant CEO, for all her tremendous work, and all the budget team to get us to a better place. But some of the flexibility we've had in past budgets are drying up. Some of these funds, they're gone. And next year, there's going to be perhaps more pain to go around in our budget. So I just want to put it in context, and we've always cautioned that, but this I think is getting tougher than in my last 9 years sitting on this board. This is the toughest one, and I know next year is going to be even more difficult for all of us. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
So I also want to commend Mr. Ishii as well, and happy to go forth on trying to find a way as we adopt this to accommodate his request, if that's what he so chooses. I mean, everybody has a choice out of this, and then I think he's put some thought into it, although I don't think there's any way we can remunerate him well enough for all the work that he does for this county and his accessibility. I'm in a difficult position on this right now, and one thing I want to do is I want to really commend Ms. Pananelli for great work on putting things together. You're a little bit like the old fable of the Dutch boy with the dam and having to use all your fingers to plug holes, and there's not enough fingers, and the holes are bigger than the fingers, it seems. So there's a lot of different problems into there, and I think you've had to take direction sometimes from the board to some things that seemed somewhat conflicting, and having to make decisions upon that. But I'm going to have to go off here on a point out on a few things that I'm just sort of uncomfortable with how we're moving ahead on this point, and I do that in recognition of everything that you've tried to do. First, go to Florence. I want to make sure we get real clear on everything on this, on the porterhouse, the second and third floors of the porterhouse out there. We got $3.2 million that's being covered from 478. That's not the whole cost, though.
No, that's not the whole cost. That's covering the costs that's needed for accessing the second and third floors.
So there's another roughly about the same amount, correct?
Yes.
3.5, something like that?
Yes, exactly. That we're funding through AB 102. So for the total.
Right. Is there any other funds out of here? Because we've talked in the past about going to major AA later on. So I'm wondering, is there anything else we're looking for that?
Right now, as we are progressing, if there's the opportunity to maybe add more sustainability measures, solar, that could be something that we could look at for AA. But right now, as we stand, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
So I
so-
think we'll definitely look at opportunities to expand at that location if we can. Yeah.
Because back 6 months ago, it was discussed to refer roughly $3+ million to major AA. And I know it's not on the list here of referrals that have been pushed down onto there. And I just want to be sure and clear from all perspectives of where this stands is that that's not needed at this point?
That, we're just going by how the budget allocation occurred.
To finish the porterhouse, is there additional funding that we're still needing?
Not at this time, no.
When you say not at this time, that means we have, unless some unexpected funding comes, that there are no projects that we're needing to full funding out to finish for what we're planning, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to be absolutely certain
Yeah.
because that's been moved around in different areas
Correct,
here and
the goal is to, finish it with the AB 102 funding and the funding that was been allocated through the budget process.
Okay, so my major discomfort in here is really with the major AA dollars, because try to push all along here that we really needed to set up a process, a formula, some kind of direction on how that's going to be spent. And we've got $2.4 million that are being spent here and some of them are going to positions, and we haven't taken any policy onto this any direction. And so I'm really uncomfortable with that on going ahead. And I'm trying to find some other way to cover these that is not, in my mind, interfering with the spirit of what major AA was intended for. Because we have 3 sheriff positions on here that are being wrapped into there, but are these just for 1 year? Are they going to be permanent coming out of major AA? What's going to happen? That hasn't been addressed, and that's the kind of direction we really haven't given. I don't think I have another question for you.
Okay,
on the
thank you.
facilities. Sorry, Florence. Don't want to hold you up there. So I'm looking at this, and I realize we've got the sheriff positions, the Hitchcock Road positions. There's about several $100,000 involved. I want to get a little more clarification on the almost 1.7 million that's being used in major AA funds and how they're going to the road fund exactly, and why are we having to pull that out of there, especially since the transient occupancy tax is staying at 25%?
It's bringing it back to 25%. So with the recommended budget, we put the road fund at the MOE. So in order to get it back to the 25%, we have to pull that funding from somewhere else.
So we're not doing 25. We're taking out a major AA to go to 25%.
Part of it, yeah. Cannabis, AA, and there was one more. I think the contingency reserve.
So which, honestly, we're probably going to be looking at roads with this money anyway. So to a great degree, I guess I'm not in favor of going down that path, because we're not doing 25%. That's 25% of the TOT. We're taking money from outside the TOT to put it into the TOT to say we're at 25%. So what percent would we be at if we weren't using that?
I think it's 16.
Okay. About
The MOE was 16. So it went back. There was that one slide that I had that had the road fund forever. It went 14, 15, 16, and then it went 25 for 1 year, and then it was 16 again next year.
So
but the net effect is the same, right? Because it's all general fund money, so just kind of the pots.
I understand it's all the effect the same, but we're doing major AA, and in a way that we're pulling into it ahead of the time before we have the money, and before we have a process on how we're going to spend it, and that's where I'm uncomfortable with. And I've made a motion before that, we drop it to the 25% for this year, and I'm the one who a couple of years ago really pushed strong for that 25%. So it's a difficult call on me, but I'm viewing major AA holding to that principle more important than the 25%, because the major AA is a promise to the voters. The 25% is something that we decided on here pushing out the board.
If I may just add one thing to what you're saying, though, is that the 25% was the baseline when Measure AA passed. And so it was a 25% allocation from TOT was going into the road fund when Measure AA went out and was proposed to the voters, and they ultimately agreed to support the measure. And to make one more additional comment about San Venancio Road, when we took it off, the board was very clear that it was with the expectation that we were continuing to fully fund the 25% from TOT. So I recognize the position that we're in right now and why the decisions are being made today, but we are in a conundrum in terms of whether or not we are going backwards on a promise to not backfill with Measure AA dollars and instead to make it improvements to public safety, improvements to road conditions, et cetera. So I just wanted to support you, Supervisor Church, in your concerns and just reiterate the one that I made earlier today. Thank you.
So as you're looking at this, I mean, I'm trying to find some way which we can refer a lot of this to maybe the Major AA subcommittee and have it come back to the board onto direction. And I'm not seeing exactly why we have to use the 1.6 million from the Major AA, because the 2 months of board could be making that decision anyway. And yes, the effect could be the same, but the principle is what the problem is here. And it's really uncomfortable for me to go and start chipping away at those promises early on, as I think we've got to kind of hold to that. I'm also noticed inside here that, and when we were talking about the budget, the referrals, and here it goes to this reservoir and this fisheries initiative being referred to the AA. But I remember during the board meeting, we were talking about putting $50,000. Supervisor Alejo asked me if I was okay with that because I've been so hard on pushing on the Major AA, and I agreed to that because I realized they were under a certain time constraint and it's a very minimal amount, but I don't see it in here.
So that was during the budget committees, you guys referred that to AA, just like all the other, there was a bunch
not the
that we said
50,000.
referred to AA.
No.
And also it needs to be looked at to make sure that that can be funded with AA funds and that it's 100% unincorporated for what they're doing. So we're going to have to get with council on that to make sure that AA money could be funded, that could be funded with AA money.
There was one more thing also related to that. I think there was discussion about 50,000 potential and not being a large enough number, and maybe having a broader discussion to see what the better number would be as opposed to the 50,000 being agreed to. So there are two things that we decided to hold off on, and it was the Axon, increase in the Axon for the Sheriff's Department, but also the 50,000 for both the fisheries and I think the ag tech. It might be the same, but there were two different projects. We held off on that because we did hear from the board that you wanted to look at the AA funding a little closer. With these that are proposed, the animal services positions are, we pay for these with the city of Salinas, and being that we're starting a new fiscal year, we wanted to make sure that we were able to match what we were asking for from the city of Salinas. As to the positions in the Sheriff's Department, those are positions as well. I believe they're positions that would be impacted and would have to otherwise be laid off if we did not fund them. But in a sense, what we had to do after the hearings is take the DSA dollars, put them back so that you have the road fund again at the 25%, and bring in AA dollars to pay for these different projects. Now, what we had used TOT for was, and it's part of the attachments, was to fund the DA's office and the public defender.
I'm sorry, we used what for that?
The DSA the TOT allocation. So if what we basically did is switched out the dollars so that we were able to put it back to 25%. And we used AA because our understanding was that the board wanted to use those dollars on roads anyway, as you mentioned. And so that's the direction that we took in order to make sure that we were safeguarding the positions.
Yeah, I guess where I'm at is I can't see how we're coming to 25%, which is roughly, we got roughly a $40 million TOT, and 25% is as close to $10 million. I don't see how we're getting to 40% if if we're actually pulling 1.6 million from outside of it and then putting it in and claiming that's how we're getting to the 40. I understand what we're trying to achieve, and I understand. I tried to get the board to reduce the 25%, and I was outvoted, so that's fine. That's one of those conundrums you're in of trying to handle perhaps not totally clear board direction, or the board trying to get you to be really creative, and there's only so much creativity you can really pull with numbers. But I'm not comfortable going out of the AA out of it for this 25%, because one, I don't think it's really doing it. I'm not comfortable with the 3 sheriff positions going in because we haven't decided on staffing positions, and I would suggest that be referred to the AA committee. And that's not saying that it won't be done. It could kick it back a couple of months. It might, however it's going to be done. But that's particularly something that needs to be decided by this board, how to handle staff positions on the AA money and what direction we're going. And and regarding that $250,000 ones, the way I understood it real clearly, and that was coming from Supervisor Alejo on there, was that it was coming out of major AA. I mean, that was for that budget, and I kind of agreed to that. And then we have the Hitchcock Road issue, which I know we're doing something with Salinas, and that's an unusual situation too, and we got to have the money up on this budget. But anyway, I just wanted to throw those questions out. That's where my uncomfortableness is, and just want to let my colleagues comment.
Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for your clarifications. Definitely shared some questions about the implementation of direction from the board budget hearings. My understanding or my memory was different than what was implemented here, specifically in regards to AA and the road fund and some of the other items that were listed. But I think that for me, the bigger issue and the bigger concerns really were, again, and I'm just going to reiterate, I think I was very clear, and I reiterated my concerns at the budget hearing about our use and our continued use of one-time funds for ongoing expenses. It gets to, I think, Glenn, the issue that you're raising. If we're not using those AA dollars for the roads, we have to find, other reductions to make. If we're not using these, contingency reserves of $8 million, we have to figure out what are we doing over the long term to right-size our budget. If we're not using the cannabis dollars, which are, again, one-time dollars, what is our plan to right-size to a place where we have ongoing expenses that match our ongoing revenues? From where I'm looking at it, we did not do that in this budget. And so I have serious concerns about our continued use of one-time funds for ongoing expenses when we lack a strategic plan that moves us towards a more structurally sound budget. The course we're on right now, when I'm looking at it, it is not sustainable, and it will inevitably force us into reactive and damaging cuts to our workforce and to public services down the line. Especially given that this particular budget year and this budget does not account for several significant outstanding costs that we should be anticipating needing to fund in this coming budget year, to include our IHSS negotiations, to include the jail healthcare request for proposal that's outstanding, to include implementation of additional wage studies, to include the full enterprise resource planning implementation, to include strategic reserve reimbursement. Our strategic reserve is only half full, and we're no longer expecting FEMA reimbursements in the way that we initially thought we would. To include additional anticipated and unanticipated capital expenditures, which we know are significant. Furthermore, the CIO's executive summary mentions strategically downsizing the workforce, but in my opinion, keep saying those words, but what we're doing and what this budget does is not actually initiating that process in a meaningful way. It talks about continuing to have a hiring freeze, but a hiring freeze simply means that by chance, when positions end up unfilled, we're not filling them. That is not a strategic, thoughtful, intentional way of strategically downsizing our workforce, or in this budget where we're adding additional positions and funding additional positions with one-time money. There's nothing strategic about the choices that we're making here. So unfortunately, this budget for me effectively commits us to a path that we will inevitably this year have to make reactionary mid-year budget cuts that will hurt our staff and public services that our public relies on. So it's not up to me. If it were up to me, I would be making very different choices. I think I tried to make those choices clear in our earlier workshop. This is now the point where we're adopting a budget that's in front of us. However, I'm committed. I'm going to vote with my colleagues today. We have a large budget. I generally agree with many of the choices that are in front of us. I know that we will have additional financial challenges. And my commitment is to working collaboratively with my colleagues on this board, with our staff, with our department heads, with our workforce, with our community, with our partners, so that we can find the path forward, given what it is that we will be adopting today. And I think that we're going to have to be really transparent about the challenges that we're facing, and figure out how to build some consensus around what the best path forward is. We've made promises to our voters, and I think we have to honor those promises that we made. Not many of those voters were in District 4, but my promises were to those voters throughout the county, and I intend to keep them. And so that's part of what we have to honor. But we need to build consensus, because there may be compromises that have to be made as we move forward. I think the work is going to be hard. I don't know that we're preparing I'm confident that the budget we're adopting here today is not putting us in the best position to navigate that path forward, but it is what it is. I know that we're going to have to figure out how to navigate it. So I would love answers to the questions about how we ended up with a budget in front of us that's different than the direction that I thought we were giving. But having that conversation, I think we have to adopt a budget, and we're going to have to make some mid-year revisions. And I don't think they're the ones that we could have made different choices that got us here. Unfortunately, we are where we are, and we're going to have to all work together to move us forward.
Supervisor Daniels?
I have, I know we're pushing up against lunch and everything, but I have one more request I do want to make for this budget. And it is going to be, and I think this would probably be the appropriate time and the only time, but we're going to ultimately be adopting a resolution. And I want to start by saying that some outreach was made to my office and to Supervisor Askew's office. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because I wasn't able to reach out to Supervisor Alejo or Supervisor Lopez, and I know you both have been sort of leading the way on our response to this administration's actions and rhetoric. The request that came into our office was from the ACLU chapter here in Monterey County, as well as the Monterey County Coalition for Sheriff's Oversight. And what they were asking for, I think, is something that is appropriate at this time. It was that we reaffirm our commitment to our welcoming resolution that we made, especially in this process where we're adopting a budget that's allocating funding. And so the request had some areas that I don't think we're able to do right now, because it was specific requests to some areas of our budget that are already in print, and so I'm not moving that forward. But what I would like to do is just suggest that we take some sentences from our welcoming resolution, put those into a paragraph in the final resolution that we're adopting, and attach the welcoming resolution as an attachment to that resolution. And if you don't mind, CAO De La Rosa, I did reach out to Sonia just to sort of facilitate this so she can let us know what she suggests, and then you can make a decision. But I do think in light of this rhetoric, and actions that we're seeing around the state of California, it's not a bad idea to reaffirm this commitment and this message in the budget process, since this is where money is being allocated to all of the various offices, departments, and agencies in Monterey County. Thank you very much.
Just to provide a little more information as to the change in the resolution that Supervisor Daniels is requesting, it would be to add letter D that in the title would state reaffirm resolution number 25-009, which is the welcoming resolution, and in the now therefore be it resolved section to add the number 5 to reaffirm resolution number 25-009, which was adopted by this board on January 14th, 2025. And it would be attached as Exhibit A, which declares in part that no county resources shall be used to assist in the enforcement of federal immigration law, participate in any immigration enforcement operation or joint operation involving any federal immigration agent for the purpose of enforcing federal immigration law unless such assistance is required by federal or state statute, regulation, or court decision, and that the Monterey County Sheriff's Office continue to not inquire about immigration status when carrying out its duties, to not participate in any immigration enforcement unless required but under state law, per California Values Act, Senate Bill 54, Chapter 495, Statutes of 2017, and to build trust with all communities the office serves. That would be the addition to the resolution.
And I'd just like to add, because it was not on the agenda, this is, if it is being added as far as expending money, budgetary money, I think it can be included, but it has to be related to budgetary expenditures.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd be very concerned. We already approved a welcoming resolution in 2017 and just did it 6 months ago in January. To redo it again, just for the sake of doing it, I don't think, one, it's not, we haven't agendized it. It's not part of the budget. It should be agendized separately, but even then, I don't think we need to redo what we already did, and we clarified it and strengthened it in January. I think if somebody wants to bring a resolution talking about the ICE raids in Los Angeles or something further, then that should be agendized as a separate resolution in light of what's happening in LA. Obviously, we have a press conference tomorrow. That's our next action. The county did spend significant resources conducting the 4 forums. We printed over 100,000 cards. Each forum cost several $1,000s just to televise it live. And it was viewed, the forum in Salinas was viewed over 20,000 times. The one in Greenfield was viewed over 8,000 times. And that was back then. I don't know what the latest numbers are, but it was useful. We spent significant staff resources from our communications team to every other department that was involved in some way to do that. And, I think in light, because there's been other groups that approach me, not just, I haven't heard from the ACLU, but other groups that would just want us to spend more for the sake of spending more, or put money for the sake of spending money on areas that are just difficult. For example, legal services. You can't just put money at it and then hire lawyers that are going to pop out of nowhere to start all of a sudden providing legal services. It just doesn't work that way. We did advocate for the state to provide funding for legal services, and in January, the state legislature approved $25 million that went to 3 organizations in our area. But I think we've done a robust program for outreach and for red cards, and more so than probably any other county in California. I think if there is a need later, it should come to the ad hoc committee to assess that. But I've had these conversations, for example, with some other nonprofits that just want us to throw money at something without being involved, without even engaging with the legal service providers. They hadn't had any conversation with the Watsonville Law Center, Catholic Charities, Community Action Board, UFW Foundation, all the groups that actually do legal services. They hadn't even talked to them yet. So at a certain point, if we see a new need, I think at that point, the ad hoc committee would bring that to the board for consideration. But we have spent more than probably any other county doing the outreach that we have from January through March.
Sure, but I really want to stay on the topic that we have agendized today. I haven't even had a chance to speak on the budget yet. We're starting to talk about immigration.
I'll be very quick, and many good suggestions have been made about the process, but I just want to be clear that my request, it's part of the budget, not because it's a budget request, and it's not because it's asking for additional funding for something. It's as we are implementing a budget, which money is now going to various departments, whether it's the district attorney, the sheriff's office, the public defender, social service, whomever it is, to just, with this document, reinstate this commitment so it's clear, even to the folks that made public comment today, right, what our values are, and that this money that is being codified today is not going to be used for the purposes of cooperation with ICE. That was the point. So I hear you and understand the concerns that have been expressed, but this wasn't a request for more funding. This was just a reaffirmation of our principles and our values as a board and what we've already done, because money is going to be allocated to various departments in this process today when we adopt today's resolution. But there's other pathways for us to move forward.
All right, so let's come back to that at the decision point when the motion's made to see if there's interest in including that. But I want to come back to the budget and just express concerns around the use of AA. I know that we've heard that a lot today. We gave you a lot of conflicting direction as we worked from the dais to try to come up with something that we could all support. I think for me, and I'll never stop saying this, it's the roads, right? And Randy knows that. It's what we talk about multiple times a week. And to be pulling funding back during a time when our commitment was to increase the amount, but kind of shift funds around to make it seem like it's full MOE is concerning to me. That is to me the concerning part of this budget. I hear Supervisor Askew's concerns about the overall structure, but this is where the compromise happens, right? This is where we talk about next year what's it going to look like, and future years what's it going to. There's only so much you can do looking at a crystal ball, and we're always in a way moving dollars around. And I've been here long enough to know that I remember when cannabis wasn't going to be touched, and we had Supervisor Adams who would sit on the end and act like it was her personal purse that we were cracking open to pull dollars out of for cannabis. But all these pots of funds are to do the public's work. And what we do up here is to prioritize those things we're hearing from the community that they want to see happen first. And I still have key challenges around San Gerardo where the community can't exit for weeks at a time during the rainy season because the water inundates that intersection, right? And I know that I have to bring that forward to AA this coming year to try to solve that issue for that unincorporated community. I have challenges on Wild Horse Road, challenges on Central Avenue and that connecting road. There's a piece of Paraiso that looks like it's part of a crocodile, not even part of a county road. And it's just the realities of the condition of our rural roads and our communities that voted for AA in hopes of seeing those changes come. So it's hard for me to see these numbers, but I get that it's compromise. We're sitting up here trying to find a path forward, protecting our workforce at this time, agreeing that part of the process here is that freeze on hiring so that we can be judicious in how we allow folks to come on, knowing that we have a natural attrition rate as an organization of over 5,000 people, but also recognizing, as Supervisor Askew said, that it's not going to be as perhaps planned out as we would want it to be. Instead, what's going to happen is certain departments are going to have folks that have been around longer who choose to retire, and they're going to be impacted more so than others. So how we address that is going to take us continuing to work in terms of understanding the needs of each department so that when we come back, we can shift, move resources, and isolate where our investments go as part of this process of making this sausage. I've been here since 2008, and since 2008, we've been through really tough times. 10, 11, 12 were extremely difficult. And a lot of those decisions came in having conversations with partners in labor, partners within the county family about what solutions could look like. So this budget is not perfect. And I don't think that we've ever passed a perfect budget. I'm going to be frank. There were easier budgets, but never perfect. There's always been challenges. There's been games played where folks kind of shift dollars around and, oh, well, where did that pot of funding come from? Oh, it just showed up one year. And this, in my opinion, is the most transparent budget we've ever had. We've never been more upfront about the challenges we're having than we are in this particular year. And that, to me, is important because we're not sugarcoating this. It's a tough year, and it's not going to get easier. You've heard that from leaders like Randy Ishii, who stood up there and offered a portion of his pay increase to help fill a pothole. That means something to me because our community is looking for folks that are willing to move the needle for them by any means necessary, and that is a public servant. And Randy, my heart goes out to you in deep appreciation for that, more than a gesture, that offer to really be part of the change that our community expects. And I know that we have so many people within our county family ready and willing to be part of this change that we have to bring forward. And so as tough as this budget is, I mean, if it was me, I would probably pull the amount from contingency that was going into AA. That would be my personal direction, and say, I'd rather deal with the smaller contingency starting the year off and leave AA whole as a commitment to the voters who put that in front of us to let us come up with the policies to get this done. One move, yes, that puts contingency closer to 5 million, high end of 4, but personally, I would do that. Right, that would be my direction. I would also say, as I heard from this dais, that I think we have 4, if not 5, saying give the 50 to the folks from Reservoir and the folks from, I'm going to say it wrong, Deep Blue Regenerative Fisheries, Fisher's Trust. Sure, we'll make it simple. So I would say, put that 100,000 into those 2 projects because you have support here to do that. That's where I would be given the conversations that we're having. But I just wanted to share sort of where I am, how I see this budget, and my reflections on what we've been through and what I'm looking at, having watched the sausage be made this year. I see Supervisor Alejo leaning forward.
I just wanted to talk on the procedure, because obviously we took a vote here on May 28th. If we had wanted to have a first hearing of the Measure A ad hoc committee, it should have happened already. That was 20 days ago, right? So if some of my colleagues don't feel comfortable because that conversation hasn't happened, we could have called that from between then and now.
So
and then it could have gone to that procedure, and we could have voted on a budget here today. And I think we got by the end of the month to vote on a budget. We're going to have to make these tough decisions somehow. That money's going to have to be used somehow to help us address all these needs that are packaged within the budget that Assistant CAO Paulinelli has put forward. I'm just saying, procedurally, that could have been done. And secondly, and I hear what my colleagues are saying, but this proposed sales tax, I had originally proposed bringing a 1-cent sales tax forward after working on the Santa Cruz County measure. So yes, my colleagues were involved in its passage, but I originally brought it to help balance our budget. After seeing what Santa Cruz County did, we hadn't raised ours. We were as low as the city of Gonzales in terms of tax rate. And I had brought it so it could help us meet the future needs of our county budget. Now we want to say, it has to go through here. We don't want to touch this or that because of the promises we made. But my proposal, which I brought it to Ezekiel Vega, assistant, our CEO, Sonia, and other county staff, we researched it. Originally, we thought it was going to generate $2 million. The next thing you know, the numbers were inaccurate. It was $29 million, and now it's probably $26 million. So I want to weigh in on that too, because when I first brought it, I saw it as a proposal to meet the future needs of our county, wherever it may be, not only for certain segments. We have tougher decisions to make. We have to really look at that sales tax measure as helping meet the core county services needs moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll just share the reason around why we haven't moved on AA is the dollars haven't come in. I mean, they just haven't. So far, I think it's what have we received so far in AA funding in the first quarter?
$19,000.
$19,000. And we're spending $4 million today.
But we are making budget projections, Mr. Chair, not on what we've collected. HDF or HDL, we make projections on our budget based on what we expect to collect in the next fiscal year on TOT tax, property tax, cannabis, now Measure AA, just like everything. We don't have all the money already, but we are approving a budget based on our projections in each of those categories that do bring money. And so Measure A is no different than every other funding item that brings in the revenue to our county coffers.
I think, at least from the committee so far, the concern has been not knowing, because the projection has been inaccurate so far, and so starting to spend before we know what that amount is. We would rather see a real number before we start expending it. At least that was the logic behind that process. Okay, so given the conversation, is there somebody who would like to attempt a motion?
So I mean, there's a lot out here, and there's a lot of possibilities out here.
What's that?
And I understand, we said we weren't going to be backfilling with things onto this, and I'm understanding this is trying to view this as it's a special circumstance, a special year. So in my view, these AA monies, I think it would be the easiest way to go about it without touching the contingency fund, is to just take it out of the whatever percentage we need out of that TOT. I think you said it was going to be 8%, to drop it down to 16%, and the remainder of that would be enough to cover these things. Now I know that's going to drop the road down, but I'm really comfortable that when we get done with this fiscal year, there's going to be a lot more money than that going into the roads that are going to, and so we can either take the money out for these roads before we get it, or we can take it out when we get it. It's going to have the same impact. So my motion would be that the AA money come out of that TOT allocation for the road fund.
So what you're saying is for the road fund that's getting backfilled to TOT with the 1.673, take that out of
the 2.4 I'm looking at out of that. There's 2.4, isn't there? Or is it 2.3? Whatever it is.
There's 2.4, but it's also funding.
Right. Hitchcock roads and the deputies.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be
I'm really uncomfortable funding positions at this point that we don't know if they're 1 year or they're permanent or exactly how we're going to spend that money. I don't think that's fair to people we're hiring either. So I'm just.
So are you saying don't fund those positions? Don't fund.
No, I'm saying you pull it out of that. Pull that money out of the TOT part that's going allocated to the road fund.
So just reduce roads by the 2.4.
Yeah, and then we'll come back with a Measure AA subcommittee, and the board will discuss how it's going to spend that, whatever it is, 20 million, 25 million, 29 million. I don't know what it is. That's, as Supervisor Lopez was mentioning, we don't have a hard figure, so it's been hard to fund or how to decide how to fund. So is that clear to anybody what I'm saying?
I don't think so.
Okay, sorry about that. I see. What I'm saying is that we we take the two for this year. We lower that 25% of the TOT percent that goes to the road fund to cover this 2.4 million that's being taken out of future AA monies. And that's how we pay for this, is we take it out of, we lower the TOT road fund.
So, through this chair, if I may.
Yeah.
So I think the recommended budget does already have the TOT lowered below 25%. So are you suggesting that we don't
That's
put the
not what the board
1.7
report says.
It was put back to 25%.
Oh, but I'm looking at in front of me does not have TOT at 25%.
So the TOT is not at 25%, but it's getting, we're just talking about
You're
the TOT.
backfilling
We're
it
just
with,
talking- we're backfilling
AA
it
dollars
with AA
to the
dollars.
tune of $1.7 million.
1.7 million
So we're
for roads,
achieving, we're backfilling to get to an effective 25% with AA dollars. So we're not actually putting 25% of TOT. The recommended budget in front of us does not put 25% of TOT into the road fund. That's the recommended budget that we're being asked to approve. It puts 16% of TOT or 17% of TOT into the road fund and then puts an additional $1.7 million of AA dollars into the road fund. That's what's being recommended to us here,
Right,
which is,
and
from
some
what
from
I understand,
cannabis.
different than what we had directed in the board budget hearings. But that's what's in front of us to approve today, which is why I'm saying I'm prepared to approve what's in front of us today. I don't agree with what's in front of us today, but I'm prepared to approve it, unless someone can propose something fundamentally different. If we were to take money out, if we were to move money around, we'd have to eliminate spending somewhere else in order to reallocate dollars. And I don't know what we would be eliminating out of this budget.
Well, the first thing I would suggest right there is just pull out that 1.6 million on the road out of that backfills at the 25%, because you're taking it out of AA where it's in a few months going to come from anyway. I don't know. Let's just wait till we have the AA dollars, and then we'll put it into the road fund. We don't need to do it now.
Yeah, Council, I'm going to refer to you. If we were to make a change like that at this point, we wouldn't have to come back to the board, right? Because we don't really have time to come back to the board on this. We need to kind of approve it so that we can make our bills on July 1st.
What they would be doing is adopting staff recommendation on 8 and 9 with modifications as enumerated by Supervisor Church. And you would not have to come back.
Okay, there's a motion, but there's no second. So if there is no second, does somebody else want to try a motion? I've got to throw it out there.
I'll give it a shot.
Please.
The newcomer. So I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution that's before us, but with one modification, that the percentage of AA dollars that are being used to backfill the road fund, so it would be the full 25, well, it would be the full amount 25% would have offered, that is instead taken from contingencies for this year and not from AA, in order to maintain that promise to the voters in the last election. But otherwise, we would be approving the budget, incorporating the fiscal year recommended budget, amending personnel policies and practices, and directing the Human Resources Department and Auditor Controller to implement the base wage changes in the Advantage HRM system.
If I could get a clarification, are you suggesting this for the full 2.4 on the major AA revenue, which includes the sheriff positions and the Hitchcock Road, or just the road fund?
I was actually talking just about the road fund, since that was where so if I go back to San Venancio Road again, like it was taken out of the CIC because this board had a commitment to make a 25% allocation of TOT to the road fund. And so where I think, and it's a more modest amount, but I'm open to friendly amendments, where it's a modest amount would be taking the amount that's coming from AA to backfill the road fund and instead taking that from contingencies. But again, I'm open to an amendment.
I would be supportive on that 800,000 for the Hitchcock Road and the Sheriff's Department going for the contingency and just pulling that road fund back and and reducing it. That's
not, that was not
I know
my
that's
motion,
not flying here, but that's where I'm at.
There's dueling motions without seconds here. Is there anybody with a second on either motion? Supervisor Askew?
Friends. Dying over here. You guys are killing me. So I'll just I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a clean motion to accept our staff report as it.
It's a substitute.
A substitute motion, but we don't have a second.
No, we don't have a
We have no seconds.
There's no second on anything.
Oh,
so
We
I
have
don't
no
think so.
seconds on anything. I'm just going to make a clean motion I don't. Make a clean motion to accept our budget as is. We will have to make modifications to this budget. This budget is not what we had directed at our budget hearings. This budget will require modifications. I'm going to make a motion to accept the budget as it's drafted. I will actually add on within the resolution, I think it is appropriate, given who we are as a county and the values that we have articulated, that we add in the recommendation from Supervisor Daniels to add the language in the resolution that just reaffirms the commitment that we will not be using any of the dollars within this budget to cooperate with ICE. And that's the intention as reaffirmed in the resolution that we adopted previously, just as a statement. It's not committing any dollars. It would not be using any additional resources, but just reaffirming our commitment that dollars that we're allocating in this budget are not to be used in that way in accordance with state law.
I could second that.
Okay. So
I could second that. I just wanted to get clarity because on the 50 and 50 from Measure A, because we did give direction that it could come out of Measure A, and want to make sure that that's.
you got to check with your maker.
Yeah. So you're good with that?
That was the direction that we gave last week. I think it's something that we're going to have to clean up. We've got to do a lot of cleanup on this.
All right, so there's a motion and a second, and I want to clarify that we're talking about both 8 and 9 here, just to make this one motion. Does that work for the maker and the seconder, along with? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I, once again, before I call for the vote, want to reiterate, this is what the sausage making looks like and what compromise looks like, given the tough democracy we have. We don't see enough of this, either, in my opinion, at the state or federal level, of folks actually going back and forth and discussing what the issues are. So I appreciate the dialogue on the dais. So before I call for the vote, I see you still chomping at the bit for a little more compromise there, Supervisor Church, and I will give you the floor.
I don't think there's much more I could do on compromise to deal with, but I don't like to do this, but I'm not sure I could vote for the budget the way it stands because of just, I feel the principle upon with Measure AA, the way it's been presented, and at this point. So I just want to be clear on that, but overall, I understand this. It looks like a decent budget. I'm supportive of these two additional amendments about the ICE and the fisheries and the reservoir program, but I just don't think I can go down that path right now.
And I believe because we're doing the overall budget, we only need 3, right? This isn't a mid-year adjustment that requires a 4/5. I will just state that because I believe we're going to have the opportunity to invest more in roads, I'm willing to deal with this compromise out of AA this year. If I didn't see AA on the horizon, I would be in a position where I wouldn't feel that I could vote for this budget. Given all of that conversation, I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to do a roll call vote on this one.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Church?
Nay.
Supervisor Ruescu? Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. With that, the ayes have it. The motion carries 4-1. With that, we've concluded items 8 and 9, and I've been told that I can bring up item 11 without a presentation, so I'm going to open item 11, see if there is anybody in room who wishes to make public comment on item 11, which is to adopt a resolution levying the Emergency Medical Services System special tax for fiscal year 25-26 at a rate of $12 per service unit. I see nobody in room. I see a hand up via Zoom.
Catherine?
Catherine, again on item 11 to pass a resolution for medical services.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking directly to the budget.
That item,
Um,
Catherine.
well,
Right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. At this point, is there a motion to approve item 11? I've got a motion, is there a second?
I'll make a second, but I just have a question this has been held at $12 a unit for 20 years. And, I'd like to know, maybe if we can add as a friendly amendment to explore possibly finding some alternatives of getting this raised and what we need to do.
You okay with that friendly amendment, Supervisor Alejo? All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. With that, we still have item 10, which will be the first item after lunch. We will come back. It is 1:05. I'm going to ask everybody to be back at 1:45. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. For those who were not with us this morning, there was one item that needed to carry over from this morning's agenda. So we're going to begin with item 10 to receive an overview of the VAMP program, the Vehicle Replacement Program for the County of Monterey. So for that presentation, I'm going to send it to Director Ishii of Public Works along with Florence Kabwasa Green.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today for this presentation are Florence Kabwasa Green, Chief of Facilities, Rich Buell, our Fleet Manager for the county, as well as Lindsay Larabel, Assistant Director, and also Jessica Cordero Martinez, Finance Manager 3 for Public Works, Facilities and Parks, effectively in charge of the Public Works Department's finances. The presentation before you, as introduced, is an overview of the county's Vehicle Asset Management Program, also known as the Vehicle Replacement Program. Staff has a short presentation, and we will go through the presentation at this time. What is VAMP? VAMP, here again, known as its acronym of the Vehicle Asset Management Program, is also known as the Vehicle Replacement Program, as noted in the recommended budget books. It was established in fiscal year 2011-2012, and it's a voluntary capital planning tool for departments. So as vehicles are purchased, it serves as that long-term mechanism so that those departments can plan on a streamlined and efficient replacement of that said vehicle. The VAMP reflects industry standards and government best practices as it relates to a more or less self-sustaining mechanism that can be planned for, repeatable, and serves in the cyclic process of replacing assets in the county. It supports long-term sustainability of vehicles and equipment, as noted previously. It also reduces emergency vehicle replacement costs. From time to time, there could be an urgent need that a department might have to purchase a light-duty or heavy-duty either piece of equipment or vehicle. At that point in time, the department would typically have to go through the standard process of going before the committees of the board and then the full board for that request. VAMP improves the forecasting of operational and budgetary needs by here again being able to plan for it and to ascribe funds for that purpose. And it does not, and what's important is that the VAMP does not include all the county's fleet. So there are many vehicles in the county's inventory. Not all of those vehicles are in the VAMP. For here again, VAMP is a voluntary capital planning tool for departments. In terms of how VAMP works, the participating departments contribute a monthly fee per vehicle, and these contributions are based on vehicle estimated replacement cost. The contributions are used solely for the replacement of that specific vehicle, and so the accrual occurs over time, and that collected amount remains for that vehicle until that vehicle is replaced. Vehicles are replaced upon reaching useful life and at the department request for the department that has that vehicle. And typically, the vehicle lifespan that is recommended is 6 to 8 years. There are certain factors and nuances that would either increase or decrease that typical lifespan, but here again, the typical lifespan is approximately 6 to 8 years. And the contributions earn interest over time while awaiting the replacement. In terms of governance and structure, VAMP is one of the subfunds of the master fund of Fund 478, which is the Resource Planning or Internal Service Fund, which is administered through the Budget Office of the CAO's office. VAMP became part of the budgets overseen by Public Works, Facilities and Parks, beginning in fiscal year 22-23. And VAMP is one of the, here again, one of the 4 capital planning subfunds of Fund 478. The first one here again being VAMP, which is voluntary. The second one being the ERP or Enterprise Resource Planning. The third one that facilities oftentimes has as the funding source is the Building Improvement and Replacement Subfund. And fourthly, there is the EIR or Equipment Improvement and Replacement Fund. This slide represents the fiscal year 26 contributions just for the general fund as planned in the FY26 recommended budget. Here again, there are other funds that contribute to VAMP, but this is just representative of the FY26 general fund contributions into VAMP. And this is the same table as is represented in the attachment to your board report. Here again, this year, the general fund departments are scheduled to contribute slightly north of $2.9 million for fiscal year 26. And Public Works, Facilities, and Parks has a scheduled contribution, or I should say had a scheduled contribution of $523,000 approximately. However, the department chose to suspend that general fund contribution from its department in lieu of eliminating field positions, AKA proposing layoffs. And all contributions are voluntary and managed by each department in partnership with Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Fleet Services. You'll see that on this table, there is a small amount of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks General Fund that's being contributed, and that's the $97,000 figure of which you see. And that is due to the units being able to 100% reimburse that contribution. So those are the central service units of mail courier, records retention, and special districts admin. And so their contribution, being central service units that have 100% reimbursement, are able to contribute, and that's approximately $97,000. The current fund balance as of fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $34.4 million. And these $34.4 million are set aside for those future vehicle replacements. It is noteworthy that the substantial reserve reflects strong participation and long-term planning. And what's more is that these funds are restricted and can only be used by the departments that paid in. And also, as staff had previously stated earlier in the presentation, the VAMP fund balance consists of various funding sources ranging from general fund dollars to grant funds in some cases to special revenue funds such as road fund or other enterprise funds that might contribute to it for their vehicles. So it is not limited to general fund dollars. It is a variety of funding sources. Again, this slide represents the table of which is included in the board report, and it shows the balances by department, again, just for general fund contributions. Collections to date reflect the savings set aside for future vehicle replacement. And while some vehicles have reached their full collection, they have not yet been replaced. What's also noteworthy is that there's older vehicles that may have stopped collecting below today's replacement cost. And so there's two columns of data from our database that are shown on this table, which are also in the table in the board report. And the collections to date, just to restate it, is that these are the high-level macro scale dollars of which have been collected thus far for vehicles. And the balance to collect is a high-level macro scale dollar amount that represents in total for everything that is in that department's inventory. This is the delta or balance that's necessary in order to get to 100% replacement for 100% of their vehicles. So here again, some vehicles already have accrued enough. They just have not been purchased yet by that department, or the department has not indicated they want to purchase a replacement vehicle at this time. There are pros and cons of considering suspending contributions or doing a one-year pause of the VAMP payments. The pros of suspending contributions is that it frees up general fund dollars for fiscal year 25-26. It helps departments avoid staff reductions or service cuts. Here again, this department chose to withhold all of its VAMP payments in order to not put existing field positions out there to balance its budget. It's also a very flexible tool. The department has a choice based on current fleet health on how much they want to contribute or if they want to extend the payments. And it is an opportunity to reassess the fleet strategy and contribution formulas. The cons of doing a one-year pause is that there's potential delays in vehicle replacements. Another con is that contributions must resume in future years to maintain fleet health. So while it is appealing to do a pause for a year, the funds are not accruing to replace that vehicle in that same amount of time, and so one-year delay means one more year that the vehicle needs to wait for replacement or longer. So suspending contributions may create this catch-up, as was being described, and causes future pressure to catch up on those savings. Some departments are reimbursed for VAMP through external sources. So here again, that's a complication. The tables that we have, that staff have shown the board, the public, are just the general fund dollars. But here again, VAMP is a restricted account that has many different funds that have contributed to it. And some departments are on a very strict replacement schedule. For example, the sheriff's office. Thus, in summary, VAMP is a long-term voluntary capital planning tool. A temporary contribution suspension can offer some short-term relief. And the impacts of suspending VAMP contributions varies across the departments. Each department has its own needs, and so the impacts will vary depending on each department. And here again, the fund is a restricted fund, so it belongs to the department that contributed. That concludes staff's presentation, and so in conclusion, staff recommends that the board receive the report and to provide any further direction to staff. Thank you very much. We open up for questions or comments.
Thank you, Randy. Just a question on that final line on that presentation, on the slide there. It said that it was restricted belongs to the department that contributed. Can you clarify that in terms of, I know you mentioned it earlier, but I think it's really important. Does this board have direction over those dollars?
Thank you very much, Chair Lopez. Excellent question. The staff member would like to defer to Jessica Cordero Martinez for a far more detailed response.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Lopez and the other board members. So we've actually worked with both the CEO budget office and the auditor controller's office, who's reached out to the state controller, and they have confirmed that those funds are restricted to the departments that contributed. So if the sheriffs put in $4 million, that $4 million would have to be used for the sheriff's department. So yes, there is a one-for-one connection between those two, and it has been verified by the state controller.
Interesting. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Church.
How do the non-VAMP departments determine on vehicle replacement?
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Staff will defer to the county's fleet manager, Rich Buell.
Good afternoon. Can you repeat the question for me, Supervisor Church?
I was curious on the non-VAMP departments. How do they, what's their process for a vehicle replacement?
So I would say 99% of the departments participate in VAMP in some fashion. It's just how much. So some of the departments, I would say like the DA is about 99% invested, meaning all their vehicles or virtually all their vehicles are in the VAMP program, and they're on a pretty good replacement schedule. Some departments, and I'll use Public Works as an example, they were kind of later in the game to joining VAMP. Came on board about 8 years ago, and they were just getting into the VAMP program, so they have a very large fleet, one of the largest ones in the county, along with the sheriff and Public Works. So as they were purchasing new vehicles, they requested that new vehicles were put into VAMP. So there's a lot of residual vehicles and equipment that are not in VAMP. As those come up for purchase or need replacement, then the departments need to fund them with their own funds and come out with that. Sometimes on grant-funded vehicles, that's kind of restricted. If the state wants, say it's a state grant and the vehicle's going back to the state at the end, they retain ownership, those don't get placed into the VAMP. The departments will most likely apply for a grant to replace that particular vehicle.
Or they pull it straight out of their accessible for their budget for the year. Okay. Right. Let me see. So to understanding on our vehicle replacement, I know if a vehicle gets, we look at depreciation, and I think roughly if it's 8 years, 100,000 miles, then we start to look at replacement, or do we go to replacement pretty much automatically if one or both of those are met?
It's kind of dependent upon the department. There's a lot of factors in it, but in general, just in the industry, once you get over that 6 to 8 years, you start to see higher cost repairs, larger systems break down, transmissions, things like that. That age, this isn't the determinant. could be the mileage, right? Well, if we have 8 years and 100,000 miles, vehicles are starting to get beat up pretty hard, and to keep them into good shape, it starts costing a lot more to the county. But each vehicle, when we get to that, is determined by the departments. You know, every year I'll send out a list or speak with the vehicle coordinators, department heads on, I'll say these are the vehicles that are up for replacement. Ultimately, they decide if they're in good shape, mileage is down, that they may want to retain them longer, or they'll rotate them into another, rotate out something older and replace the one.
Do we keep track each individual vehicle on the cost and the downtime that we're having? And do we have a certain point that, we get to 70,000 on a or 40,000 on a vehicle, and we realize it's a lemon, we get rid of it? There's other vehicles, I don't know, I mean, I've been in business myself, and I've had, it's like everybody else, personal vehicles, and I don't usually just look at 100,000 as, hey, I'd love to get a new one, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to do that. So do we, it sounds like it's very discretionary, and as we're going forth here with some really difficult budget calls here in the future, it just seems like we could put a little more science into this, a little more dollars and cents, and really determine what is, when a car maybe is not affordable to keep anymore, a vehicle, I should say, and we want to get rid of some a little earlier, and keep some a little longer. Do we have a process for that outside of discretionary view?
Right. We track all the miles. We use a program called Faster. It's very robust. It tracks all the vehicles, tracks mileage, fuel usage, repair usage, type of repair it came in for, downtime, utilization report. So it's pretty robust. So the departments are, they generally have one or two people that are dialed in on their fleet that we have discussions ongoing throughout the year on what should be replaced and what's not, what can be replaced. There's times it's based on budget. There may be a department that it's been 8 years. There's a significant, I would say significant cost. A transmission needs to be replaced. It's $3,500. But they're looking at a future budget, and they'll ask my opinion. Rich, it's got 75,000 miles on it. What do you think? Can we get another couple of years if we spend the $3,500 on it? Most likely, probably can. But if it's 115, 120,000, we're looking at the service records, and it keeps having additional items. Not necessarily a lemon. We'd address a lemon issue, but if it's been taking higher repairs for whatever reason, it's more prudent probably for the department to take that $3,500. Roll that into the VAMP, say we've accrued $40,000 already on that vehicle. Now we have essentially $43,000 and purchase a brand new vehicle that's under warranty. New vehicles are coming with longer warranties, powertrain, those type of things that really is no expense to the county, right, to the departments, because we take it to the dealerships for those repairs.
I guess what I'm just trying to pin down there a little bit and I'll pass off to somebody else is program and the way we analyze it. It sounds like there's still a fair degree of discretionary decision-making in there, and we're not basing it just on, this vehicle is running up a lot of costs, and it's crossed this threshold. We don't have a particular threshold, or each department has maybe a different threshold and different metrics they're using to determine when to get rid of one. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, I mean, if we look at the recommendations, there's somewhat of a point system, but let's say, I'll use some extremes. So if we have, the sheriff's office has, they have a fleet of jail transports, and in the past, none of those were in VAMP. However, to replace one of those is about $120,000 right now. So a decision is being made on points and how much it's costing to keep it running. They're in a situation where it's probably less expensive and cost effective to spend $5,000 to keep that van up and running versus outlaying $120,000 at a particular time. And so those are the ones that it's kind of a discussion. If we go the other route, we're not taking brand new cars and selling them. So that's not happening. We do repurpose vehicles. There's opportunities when a vehicle goes into surplus, and we make the determination. I mean, if we're going to sell a vehicle, it's under 100,000 miles, it's in good condition, there's departments that'll repurpose that vehicle. And so we're not just eliminating vehicles that are still in good shape or have useful life.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? All right. Well, I think we really appreciate the presentation. This initially came up as part of the budget conversation, so acknowledging that we were able to make the budget work without these numbers, I think long-term we're still going to be looking at this as a potential partial solution to the challenges we may face in the future, but appreciate a better understanding of how the program works and the implications of any decisions we may make off the dais in the future. So thank you for your help in a better understanding the program. At this point, let's go to the public, see if we have any public input on this. We have a hand up from Jason Smith from the Sheriff's Office, so we'll give him the floor.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Supervisors, CEO. Jason Smith, Chief Deputy from the Sheriff's Office. I've been involved in the department's fleet as the department's fleet supervisor, manager, and now chief for over 10 years. During that time, I've built an amazing relationship with our county fleet manager and fleet staff. With that experience, it's allowed me to learn and know the value of the VAMP program, its positive impacts to the Sheriff's Office. This program has essentially allowed county fleet and Sheriff's Office fleet staff to make responsible fiscal decisions for replacement of the various types of vehicles we have here at the Sheriff's Office and ensure appropriate financial backing and planning for their replacement. The VAMP program also allows flexibility for the needs of each participating office or department as needs vary significantly throughout for where we have unexpected losses of a vehicle. Monterey County Sheriff's Office first started with the program in 2014 with the purchase of that year's patrol order fleet, which is generally between 12 and 16 vehicles annually. Currently, the Sheriff's Office has approximately over 85% of the fleet in the VAMP program. Over the last 2 years, our participation and contribution to the VAMP program has increased significantly. As we discovered our upfitting of a patrol vehicle, you can buy a patrol vehicle for roughly $48,000, but then it costs $20,000 to put lights, sirens, and radio in it to make it a sheriff's patrol unit. With that, other vehicles that are assigned to some of our special teams are even significantly higher, and financial plan has been established through VAMP to allow for the planned replacement with a consideration for the inflation of those vehicles. Sheriff's Office currently has the entire patrol fleet, investigations division, jail operations, transportation, search and rescue, special teams vehicles enrolled. The entire fleet previously mentioned is very dynamic variety with different specific needs for replacement with different times. So to almost answer even Supervisor Church's questions, as specific to our fleet as a whole, I work closely with Rich. It's a happy balance, although we have different needs. We have, a 3-year. We're looking on those patrol cars because they're running almost 24 hours a day. So we get high mileage on them. We have average of 2 to 3 losses, total losses per year. Then I have to dip back into VAMP and work with Rich for those, as well as planning for the upfitting that's going to come with that. And that's all accounted for. So even the patrol fleet, after we hit that 3-year mark, I have to sustain emergency operations for day-to-day response with our patrol fleet, but then have a secondary fleet for emergency vehicle operations training, as well as response to emergencies. If we have a fire, I have to be able to deploy 20, 25 deputies and patrol cars, but also provide services, normal 24/7 services at the same time. With that, without that balance, I wouldn't be able to do it. And essentially, it's the older patrol cars that we've kind of, we keep them going. I work closely with Rich and that balance of making a good decision on if a car has 110,000 miles on it, but I know I can get another 4 years out of it by being a limited use vehicle versus coming up with another full cost replacement. You just have to use good sense. So I hope that just wanted to show my support for our fleet staff.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Smith. We appreciate that. And with that, we'll go ahead and consider public comment concluded and appreciate the presentation. Thank you. All right, then at this point, we're going to continue our item from February 25th, 2025 and May 20th, 2025 on Harper Canyon and Encina Hills project. And I just want to remind the public, because we received a lot of letters regarding issues that were not in the focus of this particular hearing, that were only open to changes highlighted in the prior meetings, and we're going to limit the comment to that particular set of issues. So just wanted to reiterate that. I received some interesting letters in the mail, and so just wanted to highlight that for everyone before I set it back to Mr. Spencer for a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. As Chair Lopez mentioned, this item was considered on May 20th and continued to today's date. We did go over the project and a lot of the relevant information, so I'll focus on what has changed since the May 20th hearing. We have, and if I can get the overhead projector up on the screen, I would appreciate that. But we have consulted with Department of Fish and Wildlife. There we go. Following the May 20th meeting, and want to thank them for their time and involvement in this. We've been continually refining and amplifying the mitigation measure that was proposed as part of the final EIR and draft EIR for the Harper Canyon project. I've highlighted the most recent changes. Essentially, the recent changes involve reference to a mitigation that had existed in 2015 when the Board of Supervisors approved the original project that required the establishment of building envelopes on properties. That was mitigating for aesthetic or visual impacts and requiring that building envelopes be identified on the final map and that those be located outside of the viewing corridors from Highway 68. So we've referenced that requirement. We've limited the size of the building envelope to not exceed 1 acre. Will probably be less in some cases when the wildlife corridor expert gets involved and makes recommendations. And the areas outside of those building envelopes will be put in conservation easement, which was a condition number 120 that we added at the recommendation of CDFW. We also took the information they provided in writing on what is wildlife-friendly lighting. There's a reference to another condition here. It was part of this mitigation, but it's now in the lighting condition, mostly because there is a text limit on the number of font items we can have in one condition. And we prohibited disking for vegetation maintenance outside of the building envelopes. So I'm going to move along. We did receive a letter from CDFW thanking us for the coordination. They do believe that the revised mitigation, short of changing the lot configurations, is mitigating the impacts on the wildlife corridor to the extent feasible. They continue to recommend the incorporation of changes to the mitigation that would prohibit the keeping of horses outside of the building envelopes, and for the county to hire a county trapper to deal with wildlife conflicts. The latter is not something that would be a condition of approval on this project. It's a suggestion for the county, and I understand the county has and can contract for wildlife trappers through parks and public works and facilities. With respect to the livestock, we don't think it's reasonably foreseeable that people will allow their horses to roam outside of the fenced building envelope areas. But staff wouldn't object to adding that condition if it is the will of the board. I do want to address one comment letter that came in from Mr. Rosenthal, essentially saying that there's significant new information that warrants recirculation of the environmental impact report. What we've provided is a draft illustration of what we think the corridor might look like on the final map based on the text of the language the text and spirit of that mitigation language has not changed. It's always been about mitigating impacts to the wildlife corridors. It's simply been amplified in coordination with CDFW staff. I'd also like to say that we do not believe that this represents deferred mitigation. As shown in the first image on the revised mitigation language, there was already a condition or mitigation that required the dedication of building envelopes as part of the final map for visual purposes. We don't have a project yet until the board approves and it gets through litigation. So hiring of a biologist with wildlife expertise would be a next step, and there are outcome-based criteria within the mitigation language that would make it effective in mitigating those impacts. I did want to point out just one last thing really quick. The full response to the deferred mitigation argument is part of the final subsequent EIR. It's response B10 in the final subsequent EIR. It goes on for about 2 pages, so I won't read it, but I can put it up if you're interested in that. That concludes the new information since the last hearing. Staff is recommending that the board approve the project, certify the subsequent final EIR, and all of the other actions that were proposed on May 20th, and I am available for questions if you have them.
What's the will of the board? Do we want to go to public comment first? All right, then let's take this out to public comment. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. Again, limited to focus on the new issues as have been highlighted here. With that, I do see a hand up via Zoom, 004. We'll go to you.
Yes, supervisors. Apparently almost 80 oak trees are to be removed. That represents, if they're large, and I'm sure they are, each tree will take in 1 ton of carbon a year, 10 pounds of car pollution and other pollutants a year, 260 pounds per tree of oxygen that it will no longer, those trees will no longer be able to provide for our community. And I don't see any of that information in the environmental impact statement. And I think it's time to say to developers, you're going to have to be very creative and build around trees. You're going to have to somehow figure out how to save trees. And they're doing it in Europe. They're building marvelous, beautiful, and you can look on the internet, beautiful buildings incorporating trees, large trees, into their buildings. So this is a very, very harmful project, really, environmentally. And I hope that you will say no, you go back to the drawing board, figure out how to save these trees. That's 80 tons of CO2 that will not be absorbed per year from those trees being removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we're trying to focus on the issues that we've highlighted here. This isn't just general comment on the project overall. I'll repeat that one more time. And I see somebody in room, so I'll invite you up. Mr. Rosenthal, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lopez and members of the board. The Court of Appeal required and mandated a legally adequate environmental impact report. They directed that the EIR identify the beginning, the width, the end, and the project intrusion on the wildlife corridor. As of today, with the FSEIR and 3 staff hearings, we have not identified any wildlife corridors. The wildlife corridors are going to be identified in the deferred mitigation measure in violation and contradicting the Court of Appeal opinion. Now, we've been presented with a conceptual corridor plan that was prepared not in the FSEIR or by anybody that did the FSEIR. And that corridor plan is inconsistent with the corridors identified in the FSEIR, and it's inconsistent with the migratory pathways identified by CDFW. So we have not undertaken what the Court of Appeal has required, and they required it as the first step in developing a baseline that we're going to determine the impacts from the project and mitigation measures therefrom. In addition, I've previously stated there's no alternative analysis and there's no cumulative impact analysis. So the EIR is...
Thank you. We're at time. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the room?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Bat Francois with Rattan and Tucker, along with Mike Kling for the applicant. We again want to thank staff for their thorough and comprehensive report. We fully concur with their recommendation to reinstate the project approvals and certify the supplemental EIR. In response to Mr. Rosenthal's comments that the supplemental EIR doesn't adequately address the Court of Appeal hearing, it absolutely 100% does. The Court of Appeal found that the EIR was missing an analysis of wildlife corridor impacts. The county hired an expert consultant to study wildlife corridor impacts. It reached the conclusion that those impacts could be mitigated to a less than significant level through various mitigation measures, including the wildlife corridor plan, and now a restriction on the building envelopes to a 1-acre site. Our client hired an expert consultant who agrees with your expert consultant. That's Helix Environmental. Ms. Leslie Owning is on the line, and she's available to answer any technical questions on wildlife corridor issues. And as Mr. Spencer pointed out earlier, importantly, so does the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. In Ms. Vance's letter to Mr. Spencer of yesterday, she points out that these revised mitigation measures conserve a large portion of the 17-lot development in perpetuity. Actually, it's about 90% of the property. And as such, they concur that the updated mitigation measures minimize potential impacts to wildlife connectivity to the extent feasible. The original EIR contained an analysis of alternatives and cumulative impacts, and the Court of Appeal did not find fault in that analysis, which still remains valid. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have at any point during the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. Rachel Saunders, Big Sur Land Trust. I do just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has done on this project. This is, I would urge the supervisors to take note. It's unusual for the department to come and speak and be as actively engaged. And the reason is that this is a critical area for wildlife movement. We do acknowledge the work that the county staff and applicant have made to enhance some of the mitigations to reduce the impacts. However, the operative phrase, I think, from Mr. Spencer was short of changing the lot configuration. So just please understand that when you have lots spread out, especially lots 1, 3, and 7 there at the top of that triangle, the more fragmentation of the habitat there is. So while there have been strides that we would acknowledge that have been made, thank you for extending the comment period to allow those conversations to continue. But there still will be impacts on wildlife movement from this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I see another hand up on Zoom. Looks like a 637 from where I'm sitting. 837, my apologies. My eyes are not as sharp today. So we're going to go to 837.
This is Brian Rosen. Good afternoon, supervisors.
I'm very concerned about the loss of wildlife habitat. We need to have no net loss of wildlife habitat. We've already lost too much already. And having the structures fragmented and not centralized together is going to further disrupt wildlife habitat. And this just needs to go back to the drawing board. It's going to be too destructive. It's not a good idea. We're going to have to live with this forever, and the wildlife lose their habitat and their connectivity. And so I just want to say we oppose this project. Many members of the public oppose it. We oppose it completely, but if it has to happen, it needs to happen in a more environmentally sensitive manner. Instead of disrupting wildlife habitat, we need to look out for our wildlife. We've made a lot of bad decisions in the past that has severely impacted wildlife. Let's not continue making those bad decisions now. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Take care. Bye.
All right. I see no other hands up and nobody else coming forward in the room. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board at this time, or additional comments or questions? Supervisor Daniels, I saw you reach for your mic, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. I'm moved over a little bit just because of the air, so I can't look at you all and talk, so I'm going to look this way. Couple questions, Mr. Spencer. So if I understand correctly, you said what we have right now is a draft illustration of what the corridor looks like. And my question is about the wildlife corridor plan timing. Are you suggesting that when or in advance of homes being developed, this plan will be complete and we will understand better where on that 1 acre portion of the parcel houses will be situated?
Yes. So what's in front of the board is a vesting tentative map. It is essentially approval of the subdivision and concept. There are 120 conditions that need to be complied with, including this mitigation measure, before the final map is recorded. No lots can be sold separately or financed separately without the recordation of the final map. So before the lots are created in the final map will have the input of a wildlife corridor expert, the benefit of the subdivision improvements, the roadways and access to the building envelopes. The building envelopes will be located so they don't impact visual, and they're not more than 1 acre, and everything outside of it will be put into a conservation easement. And that'll all be done as part of the final map approval before any lots are sold and then developed by either a developer or individual property owners as they go forward.
So to be clear, the whole entirety of the project cannot move forward until the plan is complete. And at the point in time when anyone would be purchasing a parcel or a developer would be engaging in a development, we will have finalized this stage and a final map will have been filed that indicates exactly where the wildlife corridor plan, it will indicate where this corridor exists. It will no longer be a draft illustration.
Correct. And the future owners of properties will essentially know where their building envelope is, how big it is, and what the restrictions are. Essentially, no structures that they could build outside of those building envelopes as they're identified in the final map at that stage.
And then one last question about that. Before they purchase the property, they will know this.
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the feedback that we received from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we got the letter that identified a couple different recommendations that didn't make it into the mitigation measure. Did all of the others make it into the conditions of approval outside of the trapper and the, I'm forgetting, the horses not being allowed?
Yes, they did. And it's been an evolution. So we had made some revisions before the first hearing was scheduled. We made some revisions after that. We've made some revisions since May 20th. Cumulatively, it's been in coordination mostly with CDFW staff taking in their recommendations. They actually wrote their recommendations in an email and provided them. We followed them essentially verbatim, with the exception of the horses outside of the building envelope areas and the county hiring a trapper.
Okay.
So, yeah.
If for any reason, or if this project does not move forward today, the landowner, do they have other pathways for selling individual lots on their property?
On the property that's subject to this vesting tentative map,
I mean, in isolation, could
it's currently used for cattle grazing. It's one large lot, and it couldn't be sold separately as individual lots without a subdivision.
Because it needs the subdivision. Okay. But it could sell as one big ranch.
Yes.
With a home.
Yeah.
Okay. That would not be necessarily subject to all the other things that we've talked about today, including the property that goes to the county parks, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other thing I do want to bring up, and and Supervisor Lopez, my apologies, it's not in regards to fire per se, but the letter that did come in about fire does bring up something for me, which is I get calls all the time in my office, concerns about not being able to get fire insurance, including from my mother. And what you get is you get a letter from an insurance agency, and they tell you what you need to do. And what you need to do sometimes is even on other people's properties. They'll send you a picture and talk about the type of fuel mitigation work that is required. And so I just want to be clear that if you undertake that kind of fuel mitigation work, to the extent that's being asked of sometimes property owners, sometimes fire agencies are engaging in this type of work, it does have impacts to the wildlife habitat. That's something that I think that we need to be realistic about. Whether or not we prohibit dicing or other forms of fuel mitigation work, the reality of living in the wildland-urban interface is that you need to undertake proactive measures to protect you and your house in ways that might not be beneficial to the natural environment and to the habitat. And I bring this up because I'm not sure what the appetite is for my colleagues here today. That's going to be for you all to decide. But when we look at the map that's been provided for us, and we look at parcels, I believe it's like 1, 3, and 7. They make a triangle at the top of the map that was provided for us. And you look at where those parcels lie. And you think about Toro Park that's above those parcels and extends all the way down to Highway 68. And you think about the natural behavior of a fire and what we like to do when we are in a fire situation. We either suppress because there are houses there, or where we can, we let fires burn. And it's actually good for the habitat. It's part of the natural cycle. But if there are homes there, we can't do that because we need to suppress to protect the homes. And so that actually puts at risk anything that is west of those properties, right? You can't let the fire take on its natural behavior because you have these spread out parcels. And so the reason I bring this up is that kind of work, including, that kind of work is going to have an impact. I want to be clear about that. The second reason why I bring this up is I just want to be clear as we move forward today as the Monterey County 5th District Supervisor, the people who live in these homes are going to be the very people who call my office or a future supervisor's office and demand that we protect their homes, demand that we do fuel mitigation work in Toro Park to ensure that their homes are protected, demand that we come up with an alternative evacuation route to get them out in the case of a fire, demand that we do something about the fact that they cannot get fire insurance. And I think there's a correlation there to the wildlife habitat, because what we're going to have to do if we comply with those requests is we're going to have to create further impacts to the wildlife habitat that these animals are going to depend upon. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I guess I had a couple questions, and Supervisor Daniels' points actually raised a few other questions for me. So just in terms of the building envelopes being within the 1 acre, so we have our lot plan here, and then within the mitigations that we would be directing today, the team would go back and say, within those sites, taking all the mitigations, under the guidance of the biologist, identifying where on those sites the 1 acre developable plot would be. In the event that that's not possible for some of these sites, what then happens? Does the lot get adjusted from there? Does that have to come back to us, or does the building envelope become smaller?
Yeah. So the mitigation's written to say that. Let me find it here. Yes. So that it's here somewhere. Essentially, the wildlife corridor expert can suggest relocation, the reduction in size of the envelope. Obviously, it's up to 1 acre. It doesn't have to be, or the elimination of building sites.
Okay, and can suggest, when we say suggest.
Yeah. So the wildlife corridor plan will be submitted to Housing and Community Development for review, and that will be done prior to the final map being approved. So if they recommend eliminating lots, there will probably be a discussion, but it can be something that 16 lots get recorded on the final map and not 17, or some other number at the recommendation of the wildlife corridor expert if it can't be accommodated within the bounds of what the mitigation measure says.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned sort of livestock outside of fenced areas, and so the fencing would all have to be included within that developable lot area. That makes sense. I am assuming we talked about fencing, and that was defined. Electronic fencing, I'm assuming, would be defined within fencing.
So I've learned from CDFW, who may be able to add to this, but essentially you're trying to eliminate conflicts between wildlife and human activity. So you kind of want the exclusionary fencing around the building envelopes, as opposed to the way it was written before, which was you'd have wildlife-friendly fencing so that wildlife could pass through. These are now smaller areas where concentrated residential use would occur, including horses or dogs or pets or whatever that might be, and the fencing around them to both keep their animals in, or protect your privacy, or whatever fences, whatever purpose you're building a fence for, as well as keep the wildlife out so that they're not coming after your pets or other operations, garbage, whatever it might be. So it is a little bit of a shift from, we did eliminate the fencing language that was in the prior mitigation, and it's now your fence can be within your building envelope, but not outside of it.
Okay, and I guess to be clear, that's any fencing. So yes, even if it's an electronic fencing, that nothing can happen outside of your building envelope.
Right, it'll be,
even if it's not visible.
Outside the building envelope, it'll be limited to subdivision improvements. which would be utilities, the road access.
Okay.
I can't think of another thing, but
Okay.
pretty much those things, yes.
And so to Supervisor Daniels' question and point around mitigations for fire safety and the insurance question and the expectation that we are now often expected to make improvements or mitigate risk beyond the boundaries of our own property lines in order to obtain or to retain fire insurance. So if the property line or the envelope of my my building zone that I'm allowed to make improvements on is limited within a certain area, but yet in order to obtain or retain fire insurance, where I've built within that buildable zone, there's an expectation or requirement to manage habitat beyond that zone, that 1 acre zone, whether that be tree removal, whether that be, brush management, whatever that be. How is that? How would that be handled in this scenario?
Yeah, so we'll be looking at that. The wildlife corridor expert, I hope, would look at that as well to make sure that what needs to be done, for the most part, can be done within the building envelope. If it's 1 acre in size, you have a house. If it's in the middle of that lot, you have plenty of area out beyond the footprint of your house to do fire management. Outside of that, we did address, in coordination with CDFW, a limitation on disking or tilling for vegetation management outside of the building envelopes. There is actually an allowance for cattle and sheep or other ways of managing vegetation outside of those building envelopes in a targeted way. So there's cattle out there grazing right now. They keep the vegetation down. That kind of thing could still happen. You just can't go in and disc the soil outside of the building envelopes. So, the way things stand today, you need that 0 to 5 foot clearance around your home. You need 0 to 30 where you have green, alive vegetation and managed fuels. Limb your trees up from the ground to prevent them from getting into the canopies. Those things, depending on the location of the building within the building envelope, can typically be done within the building envelope. Beyond that, there would be a prohibition on disking, but still some allowance for vegetation, mowing or grazing in a way that keeps that vegetation down.
I live on a sand dune, and I was just asked about 100 feet perimeter of my home and any adjacent property, any buildings, any trees, any bushes, anything. So, I think a 1 acre. Anyway, I think there's. I think it's a relevant question. It's a relevant consideration, and I think that I appreciate the work that's gone into getting this to be very clear. I think that we are. I do feel like we're backed into a bit of a corner, given the realities that sit with what is in front of us. I think that the folks who are going to be purchased, getting to the point where we actually have these the building envelopes identified on each of these properties, and given the community assets, the roads and the other features designed in such a way that we are preserving the access corridors. I think that's going to be incredibly challenging, and I don't see how we get to that point, given the outline of the parcels as they're on a map right here. I'm clearly not a biologist, so I wish luck to the team that's going to try to make that happen. I think that maybe a different configuration of sites would have made that process significantly easier. But given that this is the parcel and the site configuration that's being presented, the set of mitigations that are before us. I appreciate Fish and Wildlife for the work. I appreciate that we've been able to get all of the mitigations that have been requested into codified with few exceptions. And we'll see now, I guess, if we're able to actually make that happen. I'm skeptical. But I do think it's important that we, to the degree that we're able to ensure that we don't find ourselves on the slippery slope of one thing leading to the next, and oh gosh, darn, I built my house, but I was too close to the edge of the perimeter, and now I actually do have a fire hazard, and oh gosh, darn, I need to take these other trees down, and oh gosh, we're now, moving the line, and the line is moving, and one thing leads to the next, and we find ourselves with a different set of expectations. We've got a great team in HCD, so we're going to be relying on you and your team to hold those lines firmly and not have us slide down a path that we clearly didn't want to be on in the first place. So thank you for the work, Craig and team.
Supervisor Church.
So I'm, listening to this about the fire issues, and I'm, thinking about that area and other areas to see around, and we talk about 0 to 30 feet or 0 to 100 or whatever it's going to be on the variations. It's really not that much space, and when you get a real fire going, it generally needs more aggressive protection on that. So that's just going to be an issue pretty much everywhere we deal with, and hopefully, there's going to be the room in there for the proper protection. But I think Supervisor Daniels raised the concern is that it's probably going to get complaints and spill over into other responsibilities. I remember when this first came up, and the whole thing with the wildlife corridor that makes it difficult to know that we're moving on the right path is, I asked what other studies had been done elsewhere around through the 68 area and what's going into what you would call essentially the old Fort Ord area is what we're talking about. And as I recall, there wasn't anything done on that. So in terms of understanding how important this corridor is, we really just have a narrow slice. I mean, obviously, there's importance to it. There's a lot of animals that have been determined there, but I don't know where it is in relation to everything else. And that, I always like to make decisions on these are a little better, but at this point, this has been tossed around a long time, and I'm inclined to go with the recommendations. I don't see anything perfect, and this is one of those things that I don't know if you can find perfect. I don't know if you can find even close to perfect, but you find what you have.
Is that a motion, Supervisor Church?
I guess it is a motion.
I will second your motion, and then I will speak to my second and just say that I agree with what everybody has said. I feel like we danced around a lot of edges today and brought up additional potential concerns, but big picture, we've been backed into a corner by a decision made about a decade ago. And at the end of the day, there's questions that are going to rise as we go through this process. I think meeting the spirit of what we were asked to do here to try to improve a wildlife corridor, come up with a plan, all those pieces will be met. We're going to dot those I's and cross those T's as we move through this. There still will be additional challenges to anybody who intends to build in this area, as was highlighted. And I mean, let's talk about, if we want to talk about challenges, we can talk about our oak tree ordinance. And I'm sure there's Glenn, in your district, much like mine, there's people out there cutting down trees right now because their insurance is telling them to, and they're going to deal with us later when that time comes. This is the reality of the insurance market that we face today in California and across our country as we continue to face the ever-changing landscape due to climate change. And so given what we have been tasked to do, given the scope of what we're allowed to make decisions on, I'm comfortable seconding the motion today to move us forward and get us out of this point where we've been stuck for a while. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo, who I think is the last one to speak.
I just want to clarify, it's 12 subsection A through E, correct, County Council? I just want to make sure the motion is correct because it includes all those 5 different parts, including directing the Office of the County Council to file further return to the writ of mandate with the court on this action.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Chair Lopez, before we go for a vote, may I make one more comment, please?
Maybe. No, go ahead.
Okay, so we can see where the board is today. And so I just want to say to our applicants that I really hope that you do reach back out to the owners of this property and really you'll have your entitlements today. Consider this property and what is best for this property in the future. And there's a lot of options, and conservation is one of those, and you can still get a return on the investment. And I just hope that that is something that the owner considers because of all the things we talked about today and all the things we've talked about in future hearings. And it's just something I deeply, deeply hope they consider. Thank you so much.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. Barring any additional conversation from the dais, I will go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. We've concluded item 12. And we're going to proceed to item 13 to authorize the Director of Housing and Community Development or their designated request that California Department of Housing and Community Development approve Amendment 5 of the county's local permanent housing allocation. I believe that's Dawn Yonemitsu who's with us here, so we'll go ahead and give her the floor to take us through this series of, I think it's Greenfield, Carmel by the Sea. What else did I miss? Soledad. All kinds of good stuff.
Supervisor Lopez, while she's getting ready, if I could just take a moment to introduce my intern who's in the room today. It is his first week. It's Marcus Michi is in the back, and he is going into his second year of the University of Pennsylvania, and he started this week as an intern for my office, and we are very, very lucky to have him. So thank you for being here, Marcus.
Welcome.
Hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. My name is Dawn Yonemitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development. I'm before you today regarding the permanent local housing allocation. The items that I'm planning to cover is what PLH funding is, where does the PLH funding come from, the assistance type, eligible activities for the formula allocation, delegated authority, funding by jurisdiction, our funding commitments, and why these amendments are needed. So the Building Homes and Jobs Act was established in 2017. It created a $75 recording fee on real estate documents to increase the supply of affordable housing in California. It's based on homes sold, so the funding will fluctuate year to year, and of course it would fluctuate from county to county. The funding started in 2019, and it is planned to continue. Of the total collected, 70% of the funds collected go back to the jurisdictions, and 30% goes to the state-administered programs. So the assistance type formula grants has entitlement and non-entitlement jurisdictions. It's based on a formula prescribed under federal law for the community development block grant. So it's also used in this one as well. Competitive grants funding is based on annual revenues to the Building Homes and Job Trust Fund. So right now, we are in the last part of a 5-year plan. So the formula is created. We have 4 years to apply for it. Whatever we don't apply for ends up going back in, and then it gets kind of like redistributed. To date, we are current in applying for all the funds that we are eligible for. This is just a list of the different activities. The main activities that we're going to be talking about is Activity 1, Activity 3, and Activity 9. So originally, we put funding into Activity 3. However, it was determined that one of our funding commitments doesn't necessarily fall into that Activity 3. So they've requested us to move our funding out of that activity and place it into other funds or other activities. So we received delegated authority from Carmel by the Sea, Greenfield, and Soledad. So we apply for their funding on their behalf, and then we utilize it in conjunction with the county's allocation. So new agreements would end up being needed every 5 years. So we're almost to the end, and then we will end up reaching out to these jurisdictions again if we can continue to apply on their behalf. So this is just showing the funding by jurisdiction. The purple one is the county. The next one is Carmel by the Sea, Greenfield, and Soledad. So you can see that the majority of the funding comes from the county. However, the other ones help us to become a higher funding to promote affordable housing. Our total 5 years of funding between all of us is a total of $5,631,969. So our funding commitments, like I had mentioned about Activity 3, we're wanting to move part of it into Activity 1 because we have already committed to Greenfield Commons, and we've already provided them that funding, which is an apartment complex, multifamily rental housing. Activity 6 is staying the same, except for we're just adjusting some of the percentages. Because based on any time that we have to do an amendment to the PLHA plan, originally it was that 20% of the funding would go to AOWH, which is Affordable Workforce Housing. And with the amendments, they changed it from 20% to 40% because when they originally established it, they weren't enforcing the 20% for each jurisdiction. So to make it up and make sure that we had enough of the funding, they amended it to being 40%. So I have to adjust the percentages under Activity 6 to make sure that I am complying with that new change. So we're taking care of Greenfield Commons under Activity 1, and then we're going to be doing Activity 9, doing first-time homebuyer program, which will set up our AOWH requirement. And what the percentages are doing, there's some years where I'm having to do a higher percentage to make up the difference. So as you can see on this, what our current plan is where we have activity 3, activity 6, and then the new one being activity 1, 6, and 9. Our original plan didn't look at how exactly the admin was coming out. Well, the new way that they proposed the plans, we have to account for the 5% admin. So my percentages are based on covering all of our commitments and meeting our AOWH, which ends up being a total of about 1.7 million. So by us doing 55% in 22 and 23, that helps make up for the fact that I couldn't pull 40% out of 2020. Are there any questions regarding that? Because I know that this part is probably the most complicated, is the percentages and how I'm having to readjust them. But I'm just wanting to ensure that we are still meeting the commitments that we've have entered into. And that is it. So is there any questions? I do want to make sure that everyone understands that under Activity 6 is where the Salinas Share Center is and community engagement. And we have an MOU with DSS, and when the percentage adjustments, we're still meeting our agreements of the funding that we said that we would provide to them. We're actually a little bit over, which I'd rather be over than under.
All right, we're gonna bring it back here. First, I just wanna say thank you. I know that most folks don't know what Greenfield Commons is, but it was up there as that new item that we're adding, and it's a very exciting project in Greenfield. 100 units coming online by the end of this summer for families in Greenfield, 1 to 4 bedroom apartments. Well, it's more like townhouses. They were prefab units built in another state and trucked in and put together like Legos. They're very incredible, funded through a low interest loan from the state for $70 million about 4 years ago, which was all made possible because your department came up with the first $1 million to improve sidewalks around that facility that showed an investment from the county that allowed EAH to purchase the lot, which then turned into developing this big project. So county was first $1 million through the door, and here we are now cutting the ribbon on almost a $100 million project for this community. So
that's awesome.
Great work. All right.
Yeah, CDBG also put funding into it, and I just got new pictures from them for my annual report, and it's like, just to see where it was a year ago to now, it's like beautiful.
Absolutely incredible. All right, so let's bring it back. I saw Supervisor ask you on for the green button. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is great. Thank you for, you manage all these like kind of obscure, it feels obscure, you know, this pot of funding and that pot of funding, and they all have a ton of restrictions and rules and strings attached and, you know, the percentages that you were explaining. So thank you for keeping track of all those details and keeping us in compliance with all of it. On this one, it was just a procedural issue, and I think we got it verified, but this was pending review by County Council, and I just wanted to make sure that that issue had been addressed.
I'm getting a yes, it has been.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that was, usually things are reviewed by County Council before they come to us, but wanted to make sure we were clear there. And then the second question in regards to this one is the portion of the funds that would be going into, I missed the category, but the category that is for first-time homebuyer assistance, I think that's super important. But I also know that we all have so many of these projects where just getting, like you said, that first $1 million up and running for things like our subsidized affordable housing projects can be so critical. Was there a reason why we chose the category for homebuyer assistance, which I know takes a lot of work and is a sort of one-on-one project, instead of funding for one of the other projects that we have on the subsidy side, something like, I know we've completed the funding for Light Fighter, but we have like the new Chispa project that we're trying to get up and running for the phase 3 out at East Garrison, or our King City home key that we're trying to get finalized in process with the Housing Authority, or any of these other permanent supportive projects that we're working to move forward on, and we're just trying to like piece out the rest of the funding projects. And I guess to that point was Roxanne and our homeless services program consulted as to see if they had projects that were in need of funding that could fit in as a puzzle piece with this particular pot.
So the reason that we chose activity 9 is because then it's not tied to just one certain project, because PLHA funding will be continuing from year to year. So it's where we can utilize first-time homebuyer with any type of project. Does that make sense? So once we activate, because I'm working on the procedures for it right now and the PLHA requirements, that it can be where if a person wants to apply for the affordable housing first-time home buyer, it could be, they could be purchasing a home anywhere in Monterey County.
Okay, and did we not have any other project, any other affordable housing projects that were in need of funding at this time?
I think Darby Marshall's on the line as well. My understanding is. Go ahead, Darby.
Supervisor, Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. This was not really a choice that the county is making. The PLHA legislation required that statewide 20% of all the dollars be invested in affordable owner workforce housing. 3 years into the program, statewide, that goal was not being met. So the state said, going forward, you have to spend 40% of the remaining dollars on AOWH projects. It was not a choice that we willingly made.
Oh, okay, so this was a requirement of the funding. So the dollars that are going into the home buyer assistance is the required amount that must be spent on home buyer assistance.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That answers my question.
Yeah, because it was originally 20, and then they amended it that any amendments had to be increased to 40%.
That answers my question. Thank you.
And I think that there are other activities that can help fund projects that have the funding need.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, then I will move approval of staff recommendation. I've got a second from Supervisor Alejo. I'll take this out to public. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom since there is no one in room. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll bring it back, and I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We'll go to the county administrative comments, given the fact that we have no new referrals.
I have no updates other than to thank our team again for the assistance in putting together this year's or next year's fiscal year 25-26 budget, and we look forward to what we know is going to be a challenging year and seek their support in trying to address as best we can the services in our community given the resources we currently have. Thank you.
All right, we'll jump into board comments. Supervisor Askew.
I just want to alert everyone that Davis Road at Market Street, the on and off ramps in Salinas, will be closed overnight on June 17th, 18th, and 19th from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. We'll be doing some road work to improve those on and off ramps. That's at Davis Road and Market Street. The on and off ramps will be closed overnight, June 17th, 18th, and 19th. Want to had some great time meeting folks over at the Monterey County Black Caucus hosted a phenomenal Juneteenth celebration in Seaside. There were hundreds of folks out, music, entertainment, food, dancing. It was incredible to just be surrounded by so much joy at a time when I think we can be overwhelmed with so many other things happening. But big thank you to everyone in Seaside and the Monterey County Black Caucus that made that possible this weekend. Also had a chance to visit District 3 and attend the My Life Story conference in Soledad last week. It was a really awesome chance to spend some time with our youth and listen to their stories, unfortunate stories of engagement with our juvenile justice systems, but also really incredible to hear the resilience that so many in our community have, and be reminded that in working together, we overcome a lot and have a lot to offer one another. Also, I was able to spend time with some District 4 residents, thousands of District 4 residents on the streets of Salinas at the No Kings rally in Salinas on Saturday, and really just listen to the stories of why people were out, and see that, again, it was a strangely or surprisingly joyful space to be with community, and hear the love that people had for one another, and the love that they have for our town, and the love that they have for our country, and their commitment to standing in partnership and in protection of our democracy, and to care for their neighbors. So, very beautiful week I had, spending time with a lot of our residents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we have an empty room today, but last week we had a really packed meeting, and I did thank Nick Pasculi and Commander Andy Rosas for really helping, but I did want to just take an opportunity to thank all our sheriff deputies and staff, dozens of ushers, I think including the CAO staff that helped us, Mag One, of course, who always does a good job recording and making sure all the technology went smooth. And Ryan Bell from Facilities, thank you, sir, for all your tremendous help. And certainly Christine and all our security here who really made sure everything went really smooth. So I want to thank all our residents for giving a good welcoming to all our special guests that came last week. A truly historic day. And I just wanted to say Tigres del Norte were very appreciative of the honor. Towards the end, they took photos here with all the sheriff deputies up here and all the ushers. But then they stayed another hour and a half back there taking more photos with dozens of county employees. When county employees said they wanted to take photos, they stayed the extra time to take individual photos and make individual autographs, which really shows how humble they are and how much they want to give back to the people who actually work here. So I just wanted to recognize that it really shows who they are when there's no cameras in there. And they just wanted to honor the people who work here in our county and make their visit a really special one. Along with my colleague, Supervisor Askew, I want to thank all our residents who protested peacefully, not only here in Salinas, but in the peninsula, out in Watsonville, and many different parts throughout California and our nation. Total, there were millions of people out there speaking out against the injustices we're seeing every single day on the news. Last week, last Monday, to see California's U.S. Senator thrown on the ground and handcuffed for asking the Department of Homeland Security a question, and her demonizing of immigrant communities was something I thought I'd never see. And then today, the New York City's comptroller, something similar happened to him as we were having our meeting today. So you're seeing things that you would never think our federal government would be doing to local officials, state officials, federal officials for that matter. So as Senator Alex Padilla said, if this is the way I was treated, imagine everyone else, the cooks and the farm workers and other workers. Just imagine what they're feeling and what they're going through, because there's no holds barred in terms of constitutional overreach and violating due process and violating people's civil and human rights. So I was proud to see everybody out there lifting their voices peacefully, non-violently. To that, tomorrow we have, I think, the first ever 3-county press conference with officials, supervisors, mayors, city council members. We have all 3 county sheriffs coming tomorrow. We have some healthcare leaders, ag, hospitality, all joining together again as we did in January, but this time amplifying voices from the 3 counties in support of our immigrant workers and our families against separation and the terrorizing that our immigrant families are experiencing every single day. Today, we saw Actions ICE in Pico Rivera. I was in touch with the council member there, a friend of mine, wanting to see what they could do to better protect their residents when they're not violating the law. They are protesting peacefully, but they're being detained by ICE agents as they try to intimidate immigrant families across California. So I just want to invite all our colleagues to join us there tomorrow. We have, I think, over 24 other electeds and organizations and labor unions who will be joining us who are not speaking. So we should have a really good turnout tomorrow. Last 2 announcements. I just wanted to remind folks we have our Young Supervisors Summer Program in July. Our deadline is this Friday, so we want to encourage any families that would want their high school student or their first or second year college student to have something to do to build their resume and participate and learn about county government. We would welcome those applications by Friday. And the application is on my Supervisor Luis Alejo website. The link is on there. And last but not least, I want to take a moment to wish my mother happy birthday. She turned 75 a few days ago, which is a big one, but my only parent I have left, so I have to make sure every birthday with her is a special one. So we certainly had a great time last Saturday with my family and friends celebrating her 75th. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Hey, well, I just want to start with congratulating all the grads over the last the month, and I think we're kind of come to the end of that, but it's quite a few, and particularly the 77 graduates at Rancho Cielo who were honored recently. Also, belated Happy Father's Day to all those fathers out there as well. It's always Father's and Mother's Day are always really great, important days. I don't think get quite always enough attention as they potentially should be. Do want to point out a couple of other things. There's a new event out at the Red Barn in North County. It's going to be called Friday Night Lights. They're going to be featuring food trucks, live music, and family-friendly entertainment with artists and vendors from 3 to 10 p.m. on Fridays. There's also, since District 2 is becoming the food truck district, also going to be a food truck night in Salinas with more than 20 food trucks, live music, games, and fun for all ages 2 to 9 at the train station on Saturday. That event is being held by What's Grubbin' Salinas, and it will be held monthly through October 4th. Let's see. Oh, yes. Do want to point out that the work on Merritt Street in Castroville from Caltrans has started. It's really great to see that. Castroville is the second oldest settlement in Monterey County, has a number of buildings that were still remain from the 19th century, and looking forward to the opportunity that's going to eventually lead to some more beautification and hopefully give a little boost to commercial interest there in the long run. And that's it. I don't know why my voice is failing today, but for some reason it is.
Supervisor Daniels. We'll blame the fans.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that even from Zoom, Tuesday's meeting was phenomenal. I mean, you got the flavor, the feel. It was powerful, and the speakers were tremendous. So kudos to my colleagues who worked so hard to make that happen and to successfully pull off what I think was one of the coolest events I'd seen here at the Chambers since I've been engaged with Monterey County. It was really awesome. I introduced one of my interns who was here earlier, but I have a second intern, also University of Pennsylvania student. His name is Unu Kim, and he, unlike Marcus, is a graduate of Carmel High School. Unu is a graduate of Monterey High School, and they're both just really excited and engaged and ready to get to work. So I'm super excited to work with them this summer. Since we met last, I've had 3 community meetings. Perhaps some of my comments today had to do with the lasting effects of those meetings. Pebble Beach regarding wildfire preparedness, Carmel Lagoon regarding flood preparedness, and then a meet and greet with the Del Mesa community, as well as just some one-offs with constituents, mostly around fire mitigation and evacuation routes. I also spoke to the Carmel Mayor's meeting. Supervisor Lopez was unavailable this month, and so I was a pinch hitter, and it went very well. It was a great meal, fun conversation. I enjoyed it. We also had a PG&E new transformer installed in the city of Monterey, which, although it's in the city of Monterey, will have impacts not only to Monterey, but as far out in unincorporated Monterey County as Carmel Valley. And that was super cool to see, because the transformer that we were swapping out was about as old as I am. So perhaps we're going to see some resiliency improvements and some improvements in terms of the lengthy power outages that we've been experiencing on the Monterey Peninsula. We did attend the Rancho Cielo graduation. I did not go myself, but my colleague Kimberly Craig was there. That was super cool. 75 graduates from all programs, and they all got their high school diploma. And again, like everybody else said, congratulations to all the graduates around Monterey County. I did want to say one more thing before I get to this weekend, and 2 more things, in fact. Carmel Valley, Lorella's Grade, we have heard a lot about that project in my office, and we're working with Public Works to figure out a communications strategy, because the good news about this project, although it runs all the way through March of 2026, Carmel Valley Road and Los Lorella's Grade will remain open throughout the entire construction period, and that's something that I know people are really concerned about. So it's going to be on us to make sure that folks know when they're visiting the area that the Carmel Valley Village is open. It's not closed. You can get there. There's no long-term closures that are planned for this project. In regards to Saturday, I did get the opportunity to go to Monterey, the city of Monterey, Windows on the Bay, where it was at least 5,000 people. It was unbelievable. And it was almost too much for a Saturday in terms of the number of people. I was glad all 5,000 or so were there, but I also got to skip down to Big Sur, where there were 80 folks. And if you do the ratio of homes in the region to number of people, that was an amazing turnout. And that was a nice speed as well for Saturday. But people are turning out. And what I am very pleased about, and what I hope, we are encouraging, is that, in this democracy, people do have the power, and we have so much power. And it came on the heels of a lot of news last week about one individual in Seaside who works in Pacific Grove, who was detained at at his court hearing. And if I were to just elaborate on the treatment this person has had since they've been in custody, and in particular the transport to another state, and how that individual was treated on the airplane, how the other individuals who were in custody have been treated, what this experience is like. Cruelty is clearly the objective. And so these are not aligned with Monterey County values. This treatment is not aligned with our values as a Board of Supervisors. And I'm glad that I'm looking forward to tomorrow's event. Thank you for planning it. We have so much work to do to ensure that fear is eliminated in any way it can be for our community members, and that we stand up to lawless behavior and ensure that our civil rights and our civil liberties continue to exist. And I really do think that's the point we're at right now. So I'm glad I participated on Saturday, and there needs to be so many more Saturdays to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll share my highlight of last week was that on Tuesday after our board meeting, I got to go down to San Lucas, where the San Lucas Water District Board finally chose an option after going through all the potentials and push forward option 4, which is essentially asking the state to fund a full rebuild of their system forward as a 5-0 vote. And as part of that, they are agreeing to have Cal Water come in and take over the system should Cal Water be willing to come in and be that partner. And so in that, what you may have heard in the news is if they stay standalone, the water bills would range somewhere between $180 and $340 a month. But by partnering with Cal Water, their average water bills will be about $90, but 90% of the community will qualify for the low income plan, which would actually put their bills around $60. For reference, they're currently paying on average $85 for water they cannot use. So to end up for 90% of the folks to pay less for water that they can use, there could be no better solution. So I'm proud of that board for coming together and putting forward an option. And at this point now we go to the state and ask for funding. We partner and try to pull together all the funds. And we did get news last week that Senator Schiff got a hold of Zoe Lofgren's CDS and is not just supporting it, but asking to max it out for $3.6 million rather than just the 2 point sum that was requested. So it's starting to come together. Proud of our little San Lucas. And in that vein today, they actually did a groundbreaking for their brand new track at the school. And so just know that good things are continuing to happen for that little community. And I'll share that part of the reason we need the water is the school just announced that they don't get more students in the next 3 years, they'll have to close down. They're hurting for more students. And so in talking with Chispa, needing to build housing there in town to bring in more families, there's going to be good opportunities coming out of where we are. Saturday, I was not able to attend the protest. I'm proud of all those who did, but unfortunately I was at a funeral that was all day long for Carol Umbarger. A lot of us remember her as the founder of Creekside Farms in Greenfield. She passed suddenly in December, but they wanted to really celebrate her at a time when the lavender fields were in full bloom. So we went out to the ranch and we were expecting a small crowd. It turned into a very large crowd. There was parking all the way up and down a lone road. And it was just a beautiful way to celebrate a dear friend. And so I want to thank everybody who came out to that service as well. Tomorrow night, we'll be hosting a listening session in Greenfield and invite folks to come out and join us for that. I'll also share that last week I sat at my first Coastal Commission meeting, which was an experience. 3 days long of a lot of weird fights, including the height of a mobile home building and how tall it was allowed to be. Weird ones, but it was fun. And so I want to thank everybody who reached out to have conversations around that. And I'll share next month we are in Pismo. Again, I want to really thank all those who peacefully protested this weekend. I think we had our best foot forward as a community in making sure that who we are was clearly expressed to all of our neighbors, but also to the rest of California and the world. I, too, have been absolutely dismayed by the treatment of our senator, and so many in our communities as fear is used as the main tool to drive a wedge between our different communities. I had the unfortunate opportunity to hear my wife having to explain to our kids what was happening and why she was crying. So I just want to thank everybody for their strength. And while I'm carrying a heavy heart around the situation we're all facing together, I'm extremely proud of who we are as a community and cannot be more thankful for the colleagues that I have that stand together against these issues that we know unify our community in the end. And so as we continue to stand for each other, I want to share that I really am looking forward to tomorrow's press conference and look forward to sharing that space with all of our colleagues and just thank our community for continuing to show up and show out when we know that that's what's needed most, is to be clear about who we are and where we stand. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to council to see if there's anything to report out of closed session.
There is no reportable action.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.